I'm going to pass them around.
Pleasure to meet you.
There you are.
I've got set printouts too for the mostly for the
For the slides. Yeah, thank you very much.
Did they come? Did they come at one? Are they all-
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture, the House Committee. My name is Representative Judy Aaron, and I will be your chair for the next 2 years, hopefully. Um, I hope everybody got the email that I sent out, and I don't know if you had a chance to look at the orientation package that I sent, but I also had printed copies made. If you've printed them out, that's fine. So we'll start off with just some basic introductions, and I'll let everybody get seated. Good morning. Okay. So as I said, I'm Judy Aaron, Representative Judy Aaron. I represent Sullivan County District 4, which are the towns of Ackworth, Goshen, Langdon, Lemster, and Washington. Most people don't even know where Ackworth is. It's a town of 850 people, very small, southern part of Sullivan County. So I'd like to make some introductions of our leadership team here, which is my vice chair, Jim Creighton. Jim, why don't you say a few words about yourself?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Jim Creighton from Antrim. This is my second term. My first term was in RRD, and I've been accused of abandoning ship, but I'm thrilled to be here in environmental agriculture. I'm a retired Army colonel, 30 years, and lived in Antrim now for about 8 years, and on ski patrol, and love being in New Hampshire. That's it.
Thank you. And to my left here is Representative Comtois, who will be our clerk.
Hi, Representative Comtois. I'm from Barnstead, New Hampshire. This is my fourth term in the ENA on this committee. I've been involved with this committee before that since about 2012. So have been coming to these meetings for quite some time.
Thank you, Representative Comtois. And then we have our ranking member, Representative Bixby.
Hi, Representative Peter Bixby, and this is going to be my sixth term on this committee, and so I started here in 2012, and so I'm the institutional knowledge here, and I'm from Dover, New Hampshire, and do a fair amount of homestead orcharding and gardening, and have a few chickens, and have you know, we can go into more details later, but thanks.
I have some chickens too. I'm glad to save some money on eggs these days. And then our deputy ranking member is Representative Murray.
Hi, thank you. My name is Representative Murray. I am at third term here in Environment and Agriculture. I represent the towns of Amherst and Milford. I live in Amherst, and I am extremely excited to see familiar faces and new faces. So welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would also like to go around the rest of the room here, and starting with Representative Davis. Please tell us a little bit about yourself, maybe something fun that people should know about you.
Good morning. Representative Arnold Davis. I'm from Coos District 2. This is my second term here. I like this committee because it's pretty bipartisan. Everybody gets along, and that really drew me to this committee. Is something fun, I'm not sure, but my district, it goes Pittsburgh, Clarksville, Errol, Milan, Stark, all the unincorporated towns in Dummer. So there's so few people, they had to give me half of Coos County to make my 3,200. But also the town of Dummer, so that would make me the Dummer rep. All right, thank you.
My name is Sherry Dutsey. I represent Nashua Ward 3. This is my third term on Environment and Agriculture. And there's really not much else to say. I chair the Nashua Conservation Commission. I like to garden, and I'm continuous learner of the French language. So that's about it.
Hi, everybody. I'm Representative Smart, and I represent Belknap District 2. I come from Meredith, and my husband and I have a small farm. We raise our own food and help supply the neighborhood also. As far as anything fun, there's nothing fun about me, I don't think. I can't think of anything, so I guess that's it.
I'm Representative Molly Howard. There's another Representative Howard named Heath, so I'll give you both my first name. I am from Hillsborough, represent Hillsborough District 31. I live in Hancock, and my district also includes Greenfield. And I am a burgeoning farmer. I also have chickens, and every year I put in a new garden bed, and I'm up to about 1/4 of an acre now, and my neighbor across the road has a bad back and just gave me another 1/4 of an acre, so I'll be doing a lot of gardening this year.
Hi, my name is Representative Potenza. I'm in Stratford District 19, which is all of Rochester except for Ward 5. This is new for me. I didn't pick this, so I'm just put on here, so I'm going to embrace it. And I do care about the environment deeply, especially about clean water. So.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Representative Robin Vogt. I am from Rockingham District 21, which is Portsmouth Ward 1 and Newington. This is my first term, so I'm very excited. And something fun that I like to do, I am an avid mid-century modern furniture hunter. So I like to look for unique pieces of furniture in my free time.
Good morning. My name is Nick Germana. I am from Keene, represent District 1 in Keene. I'm also a professor of history, German history at Keene State College. And I don't bring any particular set of skills to this committee or experience, but one of the reasons why I wanted to be on the committee is because it's an area I want to learn a lot about. I have a great interest in and I want to do what I can to help out. I guess in terms of interesting things, I just recently completed my third book, which is a biography of the philosopher Immanuel Kant. So when it comes out, I will make sure to use committee time to advertise its availability. So thank you.
I'm Allison Nab. I represent Stratum over in the Seacoast, and I'm excited to be on this committee. I am on my town select board, and I've been on the Conservation Commission for about 15 years. And I'm also the executive director of the Great Bay Stewards, which is the Friends group to the Great Bay National Estuary and Research Reserve. And I once did research work at the International Potato Institute in Peru, so I'm available for all potato-related legislation. So nice to meet you all.
I'm Representative Linda Haskins and of Irish ancestry, so I'll get back to you on the potato situation. I live in a 200-year-old factory building that's been converted into condos. No chickens allowed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jake Brulard. I represent Rockingham 1. I'm from Nottingham. My background is environmental health and safety. I enjoy the outdoors, and I'm excited to be part of this committee and working alongside of all of you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Sofakidis. Please don't call me representative, because of all the things I am the most proud of is that I'm a nurse. And nurses by practice always go by their first name. So please don't call me representative. I've been on this committee for 3 terms. This is my 4th. I'm an organic gardener. I put up my food every year, canning wise, and I am a quilter and a quilt designer, and I have Newfoundland dogs.
Hi, my name is Kathy Kenny, District 13 in Hudson. I have egg-laying chickens. I also raise meat chickens, and I have vegetable garden and flower gardens. I've been a member of Audubon for many years and in office for the Nashaway chapter. I also managed a veterinary hospital for 21 years. I'm very interested in the agricultural aspect and also the environment.
Thank you, everybody. What a wonderful collection of great backgrounds and different interests. It's wonderful. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so your potato work makes me think about one thing that came through our committee back in 2000. I think it was actually might have been my first term in 2012, which was a 4th grade bill. What for those people who are new, 4th graders always. Almost all 4th graders in public schools in New Hampshire come to tour the State House, and part of their curriculum is learning about state government. And some 4th grade classes put together bills and that they think would be good, and they contact their representative, and the representative will put it in for them. So this was a bill that Representative O'Connor from Derry put in at the request of the 4th graders in his town, and it was a bill to make the potato the state vegetable, and it did in fact pass.
Wonderful. When did that happen?
I think it was 2012.
Oh, okay.
Or actually 2013. It would have been 2013, I think. So it was the session that started in December of 2012. So,
Yeah. And I believe also that the first potatoes were planted in Derry. I believe that was one of the reasons that the Derry School Group did that, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. And also, but at that point, it was called Nutfield.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay. So I'm going to go through this booklet a little bit, but I see that I'm going to skip ahead for just a second. I see that our committee researcher is here, and I know she's going to be between us and the Commerce Committee this morning. So I'm going to introduce Kristen Grant, who is our committee researcher. And if you look on page 7 of our handout, it talks about what the committee researcher does. Kristen, would you come up and just introduce yourself and tell a little bit about yourself and also what you will be doing for our committee? Yep. Seeing as you're here, I figured I'd get
Yes.
a
This is a great opportunity.
take advantage of that.
To speak when I usually get to hide in the back. My name's Kristen Grant. I grew up in New Hampshire. I'm from Exeter. I went to UNH and then went to law school somewhere else, but came back after about 4 years in Massachusetts. But so I've lived here almost all my life, and so now I'm here, and as a committee researcher, we do a lot of things, but one of the main things is to look into any questions that I get from Chair Aaron. Usually it goes through her because I'm working on behalf of the committee, and I will research legislative history. How many times have we done this before, and what happened, or what it's not for me to interpret, but to just present to you, this did it and that didn't, or what other states are doing with a given topic, or even what have you, in order for you guys to make your considerations on the bills that are in front of you. So if you need anything, I mean, you can always visit us on the 4th floor, but officially the requests generally go through the chair, maybe even the vice chair, maybe the clerk. You guys can work that out for yourselves, but that's just to distinguish us from other researchers who you might go to before you put in a bill or something like that, to do research for you individually. So
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Kristen? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just an additional point on that. I just wanted to clarify that in the event that you need additional research for something else you're working on legislatively, that goes through OLS. So as a personal legislative matter, correct?
I don't know that it's OLS. Is it OLS? Yeah, it is OLS. Okay.
I think it is.
Oh, right,
yeah.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
I think that's one of the key distinctions is it's not that everybody on the committee has to want to know whatever it is I'm researching, but it's
So
for
if we
it
are-
will generally be distributed, if the chair chooses.
So if we're working on a bill, we've had a committee hearing and we're doing a work session or something, and any of you have a specific question that you would like to have researched, like say, for instance, what are other states doing with regard to micro enterprise home kitchen operations? You can pose a question to me, and then I would get in touch with Kristen, Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so an actual example was I was Representative Comtois and I were on a study committee last fall looking at soil conditioners, and I asked Ms. Grant to look into what the fee structures in neighboring states were for fertilizers and other soil amendments, and she provided a very thorough list with some good commentary. So.
Oh, thank you. I was going to say, I hope it was useful. Okay.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
You're
Enjoy
welcome. I'll
the
be
rest
back
of
and
our
forth.
meeting going back and forth.
All right, great.
Okay, so I'll just going through some the ground rules of how our committee operates. Or our start times are going to be in general at 9 o'clock on Tuesdays. We are sharing this room with two other committees. One is municipal and county government, and the other is I forget. Legislative administration. Anyway, so if I will let you guys know when, and it will be in the calendar as well, when our meetings will be. I know that we have a couple of early bills coming up. We have 3 that are due out February 16th. And we'll be looking at scheduling HB 128. Does everybody has the grid that has all the bills so far. We have 16 bills in this committee. And we have HB 128 that is due out February 16th. We have HB 300 and HB 326, which is also due out February 16th. So those are early bills. We'll need to make a decision, a recommendation from this committee regarding those three. So I'll be working with all of you folks here to figure out when to schedule them. So regarding absences, I would like you to please let me know and also let Representative Bixby know when you will be unable to attend a meeting, whether it be hearings or executive session, just so that I know and can anticipate when you will be absent. Today, I know Representative Morse is not with us because there's an illness, and Representative Verville is out of state for business. I don't know. I haven't heard anything from Representative Coulon, so I don't know. So, especially for executive session, when we are voting on the disposition of any particular bill, we need to know whether you will be present or not, and for the Republicans, they would let me know. The Democrats would let Representative Bixby know. That way you can arrange a substitute to come and vote on the bill. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, just a little more detail on that. If you let one of us know soon enough, so that we can give 24 hours notice, then we can get a substitute for you from the appropriate party. But if that notice comes to us too late, then we can't get a substitute, which means that there would be there wouldn't be a vote. There'd be one vote missing from the committee on that. So it's good for practical reasons to make sure you let us know sufficiently in advance if you're going to be absent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would assume in terms of notification, similar would apply to if we're not able to be here at the starting time. For example, I have to drop my son off at school before I come over, and I'm usually not able to get here until about 9:45. So I intend to be here on those days, but if I'm missing 45 minutes of the hearing.
That's okay. As long as I know you're going to be here, it's fine. Thank you. Okay, and with regards to email, and I did send out an email to everybody regarding this meeting to the Environment Agriculture email list. So I hope that the email that is tied to that list is the one that you want to use. And you can utilize a personal email address account, but you have to remember that any email account that you use for legislative activity will be subject to the Freedom of Information Act. Now, for me, I have separate emails, one personal, one for legislative. But dress and decorum. Please dress professionally when attending our committee meetings, our hearings. Of course, we will be live streamed. So we want to look professional, and business attire is recommended. Food, coffee, and lunch breaks. No food or drinks other than water should be consumed while the public is present or viewing you remotely. Exceptions are medical issues, and we can discuss that offline. And I will try very hard to make sure that we have enough breaks and that we have a lunch period. Today our lunch period will be from 12 to 1. If we get done going through this a little bit earlier, we can leave earlier. That's fine. Yes? Yeah, if you're going to drink some water, please don't leave it on the desktop here. There are like little places underneath the table you can put them, but it's just, it's a distraction, and we want to make sure that everybody's attention is being given. Talking about distractions, use of electronic devices. Now, of course, we are okay to have our laptops if we need our laptops to take notes and perform any kind of necessary committee work. But you have to remember that when we have our public hearings, our attention should be to the speakers and what they have to say. We want to be very respectful with our attention to our speakers and to each other. We want to make sure that any kind of ringers on our phones are muted, so as not to be distracting if we get a phone call, an incoming phone call. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in the past, there has been a $5 fine for any phone that rings.
I think we should keep that. Okay. Committee room drawers. I'm going to have Representative Murray explain about our committee room drawers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So our committee room has an office just outside. So our assistant is Heather Goley, and then just across the hallway is our committee room where those drawers are. Your name is on them. Those are for you to keep your items in, whether it's items that you need for the day or you want something to carry over. If you want snack bars or whatever, they can go in there. And am I also talking sort of about, okay. And in addition, we are asking this term that this is your file where all of the bills that are given to you from Heather will sit, and this is your one shot. This is your copy that you will receive for the bill, and those go in there. So please don't take these home with you and then forget. And on committee day, if they come back and you don't have them, and you want to refer to a certain line in a bill, it's problematic unless you print out your own copy and bring it back and forth. But these are those copies, and those can be left in your drawers as well. Is that
Folder, however.
Yes.
the folder as well can?
No, the folder.
The folder is
The folder
yes.
sits at your table.
Yes.
And Heather collects it, and then
That's
if
correct.
new stuff comes out. Then
That's correct.
She, so the folder is basically Heather will collect it after each session,
Correct.
and if there's new stuff to be handed out, then it will come back again. So it's sort of the
Thank you.
the Pony Express or something for bills.
But yes, so this group of things that you have can be kept in that drawer.
Now, on hearing days, we will have copies of the bills on the table at the side there. However, those bills, those copies are meant for the public and the people who are attending the hearing. They're not really meant for you to say, oh, well, I'll just grab a copy because I took mine out of my folder. So please make sure that you keep your information that you're going to need in your bill file folder, and that your bill file folder stays in your committee drawer here. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the other important thing is if you have valuables and you want to lock them away for the day, the drawers do have keys, but make sure you do not lose the key.
Okay. Anybody have any questions so far? No? Okay. So we'll go on to emergency procedures for our committee rooms. And it will be my responsibility to just direct everyone from the committee room of the emergency procedures in event of an emergency situation. If we have to evacuate the building, we will hear an alarm and we will exit the building. We have the north, south, and west staircases. Using the west staircase, must exit to Green Street, which is out on this side. We would not stay in the LOB garage. And under no circumstances in an emergency should we be using the elevators. If we have to shelter in place, we would be going to room 207 and 307 as designated areas to wait for assistance, or for those who cannot, for some reason, exit the building. Members are to evacuate to a determined place where the chair shall take head count and ensure all members have exited the building. Where has our collection point normally been in the past?
We haven't actually, I don't remember. Do you remember? And it's not something we ever practiced, and and we never had an emergency in the time that I was here. I believe since we exit the Green Street, then which is this one here, right?
Right, yes.
So then we should meet on the opposite side of Green Street, roughly opposite the parking garage.
Yeah, I believe that I believe that that was the place,
Yeah.
if I recall now.
Yeah.
That was where we were directed to be. Access to the building shall be authorized by the Concord Fire Department personnel and communicated via Protective Services Chief in order to re-enter the building. In case of a medical emergency, we would call 911, 911, and we would have to report what happened, the victim's name and condition. We have AED devices located in the LOB lobby in case we need them. In case of something happening in the room here, of course, we would want to call Protective Services at 603-271-2200 and not move the victim, so on and so forth. I'll let you read through this if you have any questions. In case of any kind of disturbance in our meetings, we have a member that would discreetly get help for us or to alert our Protective Services staff to come and make sure that the situation doesn't get any out of hand. We have numbers listed here for emergency, after hours, the nurse's office, and the main number as well. The end seat by the door is the committee's emergency person. And basically, it's like sitting in the emergency row of the airplane. And our designated person is Representative Davis. For fire alarm exits, we have a chart on the wall of the committee room that shows where the exits are if you want to check that out later on. So let's talk more about the committee, our committee, and what our charge is and how we operate and what our protocols are. According to Rule 31F, it is the duty of the Committee on Environment and Agriculture to consider all matters concerning agricultural and farm problems of the state, physical land use, including current use, the various agricultural organizations, the protection of the state's environment from forms of pollution other than air or water pollution, waste management issues, and such other matters as may be referred to it. So that's our charge. And you will see by the collection of bills that we've received so far how that fits into Rule 31F. In terms of partisan balance, I'm thrilled and proud that this committee has always been run as a nonpartisan committee, and I expect it to remain that way. We work together. We leave our party, federal party, national party, whatever party out at the door, and we work together to solve these problems in the forms of these bills that come to us. Would you like to say a few words about that, Representative Bixby?
Sure. One of the things I've always valued about this committee is that we work in a nonpartisan way almost all the time. There have been minor exceptions once in a while, but we have been very good about working in a nonpartisan way and working together as colleagues, and that's pretty much been the way it's been since even before I was here. And I think that one of the hallmarks of that is that last term we, with I think 2 or 3 exceptions, all of our bills were on the consent calendar. And one of those that was on the consent calendar wasn't on the consent calendar was not on it simply because it involved a large money amount, and it had been a unanimous or close to unanimous vote. And the way we do that is not by just saying, oh, well, we'll just agree on everything. It's we do the hard work of figuring out how to get bills that aren't ready to go into a condition where we can all agree that they are the best bills that we can get out of committee. And sometimes that takes multiple passes, and it takes some hard work. There are some bills where we'll look at the bill and we'll say, well, this obviously doesn't fit the needs or benefits of the state of New Hampshire, and we'll just say, no, that's not something that's going very far, very fast. And there are some that we can look at and say, that is, obviously an important nuts and bolts thing that we can just say, good, do it. But there are some bills where there are complicated issues, and we work hard on trying to understand them. And the fact that there are 20 of us means that we have 20 different perspectives that we can look at this from, and things that go through the process of discussion within the committee really get a better hearing and a better analysis, because there are so many of us with different perspectives. And so let's stick with that idea that we are here doing the nonpartisan work of this committee. Partisan stuff stays outside the door, and let's work well together, and we'll have a great term.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add, Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important to note that this committee deals with policy. I think that's an important distinguish between some of the other committees, but we deal strictly with policy regarding the environment and agriculture.
Thank you. So some of the typical bill topics we will have has to do with I'm not going to say current use. I haven't seen a current use bill since I've been here, and this is my 3rd term on this committee. Solid waste, recycling, landfills, product of stewardship, agricultural support and promotion, Federal Food Safety Modernization Act, farm stands, pesticides, animal welfare, both farm and household. So those are the kinds of things that we're going to see come before us. Now, earlier I mentioned early bills going to 2nd committee. We had 3 of those. Sometimes we have bills that need to be addressed quickly because they have to go to another committee like finance. And those bills get priority treatment in order to get them in and out of our committee quickly. We also have subcommittees. And the committee, a subcommittee is just a subset of this committee. And they further work on if we have a bill that needs a little bit more work and we don't have the time as a full committee to discuss it, we put that out to one of our 4 subcommittees. We have an environmental policy subcommittee, an agricultural policy and current use subcommittee, animal protection and licensing subcommittee, and a solid waste subcommittee. I have some sign-up sheets here. I had asked you to think about what subcommittee you'd like to be working on. And so I'm going to pass this around, and if you'd like to put your name on whichever subcommittee you'd like, please do that. And I will collect that at the end of our meeting this morning.
Okay, so I'll just...
Representative Bixby, could you explain a little bit about the subcommittees and what goes in those?
Sure. So, the Environmental Policy Subcommittee deals with environmental policy that primarily is land-based. So that would have to do with one common sort of bill that would fall under that would be bills having to do with pesticides, bills having to do with I'm blanking on other sort of. Do you remember any other environmental policy type bills that? Okay. Oh, actually, we had a bill that had last term that had to do with upland invasive species. That's something that would fall into the environmental policy subcommittee. Agricultural policy and current use. Current use, I think I've seen one current use bill since I've been here. And that's looking at the way the current use tax is structured. We probably won't see that. And agriculture policy, we will certainly see a number of those bills that could range from things having to do with the definition of agriculture and agritourism. It could have to do with things having to do with farm stands, things having to do with homestead food production, things having to do with different regulations in the Department of Agriculture that have to do with agriculture. And oh yes, soil and fertilizers. I have a couple of bills coming based on that. And then one can sort of imagine there's a large range of things that could fall under agricultural policy. Animal protection. One thing that we've done a fair amount with is looking at how animal cruelty investigations are dealt with, and how the balance is struck between the rights of the animals and the rights of the owners, and how that offshoots of that having to do with how do we make sure that our disease protection protocols in the state are well founded but are reasonable, and things like if there were a bill having to do with the cost of a dog license, it would go to that subcommittee, or having to do with vaccination. And then solid waste is things like recycling, landfill regulation, and composting, and ways of reducing solid waste, and ways of helping municipalities handle it more effectively. So are there any questions about that?
If you many of these committees are interesting to me. I'm assuming you want an even number of people on all the subcommittees? Is that how it
Yes.
works? Can I put down?
So you put down your name on anyone that you're interested in, and at
Okay.
least two.
Okay.
And then Representative Aaron and I will look through the list and try to create committees that are balanced in a partisan way, and try to make sure that the people get their first and second interests.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing about subcommittees is that only a small fraction of bills go to subcommittee. So last term, I don't think we had any environmental policy bills that actually went to subcommittee. We had several solid waste bills that went to subcommittee, one or two animal protection bills that went to subcommittee. So it kind of depends on what the bills are, and whether they look complicated and need to be amended, or whether they don't look complicated and don't need amendment. That's pretty much the story with the subcommittees, and we will Representative Aaron and I will sort out the lists and get those out to you probably at some time next week.
Thank you. And subcommittees they work pretty much the way the regular larger committee works insofar as their meetings have to be noticed to the public. When they have work sessions, there are minutes that have to be taken. They need to have a quorum. They also solicit information from various agencies and anybody in the field who can give them information to help them work on the bill that they're working on. They make eventually, the purpose is for them to get together and make a recommendation to the larger committee on, what should be done. If there's an amendment that needs to be done to the bill, they work on that. And the subcommittees will have chairs and vice chairs, so it's just like the larger committee. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so one other note is that if a subcommittee is working on a bill, you don't happen to be on that subcommittee, but you are interested in it, you are welcome and encouraged to attend those subcommittee sessions. The only thing is that when it gets to voting for a recommendation, you don't get to vote. But you can work in a fairly active way with the subcommittee, even if you're not on it. And it's just that you're not a voting member.
Okay, anybody have any questions? Oh, Representative Creighton.
Yeah, just for those of you that have not been on a subcommittee, from my perspective, they're actually pretty fun because you really get into the details of the state experts, the different NGOs, the citizens that are dealing with that bill, and it's where you can really get the meat of compromise and figuring out second and third order effects. And I just encourage you to help out with the subcommittees. They're actually pretty fun.
Thank you. Yes.
Can the subcommittees also solicit research from the research assistant? And then do they do that through their chair or through you?
Through me.
Through you still?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody have any questions thus far? Nope. All right. Okay. So let's see. I'm sorry. Oh, the calendar. Okay. Yep. Okay, so we have calendar notice. The chair will provide as much notice as possible for any activity done within the committee. However, please check the calendar for other important information. The House calendar comes out once a week, and we have to get our meeting information to them by Thursday. No, by Wednesday noon, because the publication comes out on Thursday. So please make sure and check the calendar when it comes out so that you can see what's going on with our committee. You want to pass this down? Pass this down that way. And you will see, when we have subcommittee meetings and when we have committee hearings and committee meetings. Anything else? Nope.
The other thing is Heather, our assistant, also will send us emails as to when we have hearings, and what the calendar is for us particularly.
Speaking of Heather, that's Heather Goley. She is our House Committee Assistant. And we've already, there she is. So I'm introducing Heather Goley. If you'd like to introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're going to do for us. Sure, right there.
We're going to put you in the hot seat.
have 6 different committees. I have environment and agriculture, fish and game, labor, legislative administration, resources.
Okay, wonderful. And can you explain your role here?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heather actually makes sure the train runs on time. She keeps us in line. You are the gatekeeper. And she's been here since I can remember. So, yeah.
Thank you, and we love you.
I have a little detail question. Do you want these folders just on the desk when we're done, or do you want them?
If you want to put them in your drawer, that may be best. And I'll know if something's absent, then I can just put whatever is left in your.
Okay, great.
That would be easier rather than you trying to collect them. Okay. Excuse me, the 6th committee, I've got racks behind my desk, but.
Do we know when the name plates are going to be in?
For each committee, and they go on top of the ladder drawer files. Every time you all meet, I'll put the nameplates out set up by the time you come in. I don't tend to set nameplates up for subcommittees because it's a small informal. The nameplates only go out for public hearings and exec sessions.
The nameplates stay here. They don't go home with you. And if you are substituting in another committee sometime, if you're asked to substitute in another exec session for another committee, you will, they will.
They go to the 4th floor. We have 10 cards. Because there would be blocks, their names haven't come in yet. They will be attached to the wooden blocks that won't have theirs. But if you're subbing, it is my understanding that the 4th floor has all 410 cards, so that's where you'll go grab your 10 card, head off to the committee, and when you're done for the day, go back to the 4th floor and drop back off. So,
Okay. Thank you so much. She really does make sure that the train runs on time. So I want to take this time to talk a little bit more about our public hearings. Our public hearings really are where it all happens for us in our committee work, because it is at that time where we can truly hear from the public, from agency heads, from lobbyists, from all different people, based on their expertise, their feelings, their observations, their knowledge, whatever about a particular issue that we're having to deal with with a bill, with a piece of legislation. And you'd be surprised, you think that something sounds pretty straightforward, but then somebody will come in and throw a totally different perspective on something, and you just go, wow, I never even thought of that. So the committee hearings to me have always been very fascinating because they just bring to light all the what ifs, all the different situations that can happen if this bill ever gets put into law. And I think we end up being better legislators by listening. So it's a really great process. And I'm glad that we spend the time that we do in the hearings, listening to people tell us why a piece of legislation is either good or bad. Would you like to add anything to that, Representative Bixby?
Sure. One of the things that's important, really important in public hearings is our decorum and the way that we treat the people who are testifying. We must always be respectful of the people who are testifying, and this is not an opportunity to grill people. It is an opportunity to elicit information. So if you disagree with something that someone who's testifying is saying, you can ask for clarifying information, but you cannot say you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And you cannot ask a question that boils down to saying you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You need to, you can, ask someone who is testifying later on to, say, so you say person A is testifying and says one thing, and you're not sure that that's actually correct. And testifier B seems to be saying, taking a somewhat different angle. You can ask for testifier B for clarification on something that testifier A might have said that you're not sure about. That is fair as long as you do it in a respectful way to everyone. One of the things that is really critical in this committee room and in every place that you meet the public in the House and you meet your fellow House members in the House is we never impute motive. We are looking for facts. We are looking for implications of policy. We are not looking for motives. If someone says that person A is doing this because they have this ulterior agenda, that is right out.
Oh, I will gavel them. I will hit that gavel.
Yes, thank you. So it is critical that we always keep in mind that we are respectful of the public. We are looking for as much information as we can get out of them. If it looks like if something has been said a number of different times, you don't need to ask a question to elicit that same information again. But if there is an angle of it that doesn't seem to have been covered, then that is appropriate. So we want to be as thorough as possible without being particularly redundant.
Exactly. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And when the public is testifying, everything that we do should be phrased in a form of a question, not a statement or an opinion. It should be an actual question that we're asking them.
And as a matter of formality, that question is channeled through the chair. So you would say, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, didn't mean to give you that unwanted promotion.
I'm not ready for that.
Madam Chair, and then the chair will recognize you, and then you present your question to the person who's testifying. But essentially, the chair is always the person who is basically modifying, doing the traffic management.
Right. And so if you ask to be recognized by the chair will give you permission to ask your question. If you have a second follow-up question, you must ask also permission to have that question posed. And it is also, we have to take into account people take a day off from work to come and testify many times. We must value their time. We must respect that they're here and make sure that they're heard. And I want to make sure that everybody is heard in an equal way. That also, in terms of advocacy, you know, people in the who have coming to testify may wear buttons or stickers to show that they are supportive of or not supportive of something, but we should not. So we are here to listen and not to be the ones to show any kind of advocacy of any particular point. Representative Bixby.
Yeah. So just in terms of procedure, for members of the public who are here to express an opinion on the bill, there are two ways they can do that. Actually, three ways they can do that. At the front of the on the front desk there will be a blue sheet and there'll be pink cards. And the blue sheet is for people who sign in who are not interested in actually speaking. The pink cards are for people who would like to speak, and those pink cards are filled out and then brought up to the chair, and then the chair will sort them roughly between people opposed and people in favor of the bill. People who are if other reps are testifying or senators are testifying, they generally go to the front of the queue so that they can get back to their own committees. If department chairs are testifying or people from the administrative departments, they often are near the front of the queue as well. And then there's an effort to make sure that everyone else is sorted in a fair manner. There is a third way that since 2020, there's a third way to make comment, which is that there's a sign-in that is available online where you can sign in favor or against a bill, and which is similar to the blue sheet except that it's online. And at the end of each hearing, we say how many people signed in favor, how many people signed in against, both from the blue sheet and from the online commentary.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Representative Dutsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there going to be any attempt during our session to encourage people to keep to a time limit and to, if you have multiple people from one organization, to encourage them to have a spokesperson rather than each person speak individually?
Yes.
Thank you.
In a short answer, in terms of time limit, I would have to gauge that by how many people are in attendance. If we have a whole room full of people, I will make it so that everybody's equally heard, but that, we don't have somebody speaking for 5 minutes, another speaking for 10 minutes. And so I'm going to gauge that on, attendance basically. But I will likely, if there is something where there is a whole lot of people, I don't want to hear the same thing over and over and over again. And I would also encourage them to have a spokesperson to say, what it is they support or not. Any other comments? Representative Creighton, has that been the way you've done it in your past committee?
Yeah, that tracks. The big thing is to go through the chair, and the one thing that I've seen that sort of drives me nuts is questions that go off track. In other words, if they're talking about horses, don't ask questions about cows. I've seen that go awry, and that's the only thing I'd say.
Okay, thank you. I also want to talk about if there's a committee member on our committee here who is also a sponsor or co-sponsor of a bill, which we have a few here, and that bill comes before the committee. Of course, the sponsor introduces the bill. But they can return to their seat after testifying, but now that's not introducing a bill, that's if they're testifying on a bill.
Okay, so the what we voted on last week
Yes,
was that if you can either testify or you can participate in questioning, but you cannot do both.
right.
And I believe that that is for co-sponsors. I believe if you're the sponsor, then you basically you can't ask. You don't have the option of asking questions.
Because you introduced the bill
Right.
and you're speaking
Right.
on behalf of the bill.
Right.
Right, okay. But if you are a co-sponsor and you are not speaking on the bill at all, you then have the opportunity to ask questions of anybody else who's testifying on that legislation. Right. Okay, everybody get that? Okay. That's how it's always been done, pretty much, that I remember.
Over the years, there have been slight variations.
Mm. Okay. So anybody have any questions about bill hearings?
Yeah, I just have one. I was testifying at for the last 2 years a lot, so there were some committee chairs or that would run meetings and give special time for certain people, and I just wanted to see if that is going to happen in this committee.
Well, for historically, what we've done is because we know people like senators have to run between hearings and their work, we would give them the opportunity to speak first.
Like first, that's fine.
Yeah. And obviously, the person who's introducing the bill, they would get first, to speak. But I don't know that I would give, any kind of, special treatment to anybody.
Often department chairs.
Department chairs,
or
department heads also.
representatives who know the subject matter in detail are given a little bit more time.
The other thing is that typically the speakers will alternate between pro and con.
Mhm.
So you don't have all the pros go once and then all the cons go. It's back and forth, so you get sort of a balanced view.
So normally, senators or agency heads that have time commitments, we want to hear from them first. And also the agency heads that may have a little bit more experience and background on a particular issue. But for the most part, we're going to try and be as fair as possible in terms of alternating pros and cons, pink cards, and make sure everybody gets the equal treatment. Mm-hmm. Yes. Representative Compton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for everyone that's new to this committee, historically, in this committee, we have been fair with everybody. And no one gets preferential treatment that I have seen since I've been attending these committee hearings.
Okay. So that's about our hearings. Executive sessions. So the executive session is a time in which we gather together as a committee and we vote on what we want to do with any particular piece of legislation. And render our committee recommendation, which will then obviously go to the rest of the House for them to decide whether they agree with us or not. So the executive sessions are scheduled just like the rest of any of the other committee meetings. They would list specific bills, but an executive session can be held the same day as the hearing on the bill. I guess that's a decision that we would come together to make.
Right, so there would only be an executive session that if the chair and I agree on that should happen. And it is not something that we would typically do unless, I think unless there's a real deadline or unless there is a really obvious reason to do it. If it's a bill where the sponsor comes up afterwards and says, oops, I shouldn't have submitted this, please ITL it, then we might do it at that point. We actually had one of those last term.
Right.
But,
No,
but.
we don't want any surprises.
Right. But one of the things about executive sessions is that part of what an executive session is something where stakeholders will show up if they're interested in, and and we want to make sure that stakeholders have the opportunity to see that executive session noticed and know that it's coming up. So we'll generally, we want to avoid doing executing bills the same day unless there's a particularly good reason to do it.
Exactly. Any questions? No. Okay, so the proceedings and motions in an executive session, the way that works is the chair opens the executive sessions and makes sure that everybody knows that it's an executive session. The chair will recognize committee members for motions, and a lot of times those motions will be worked out ahead of time so that you will know whether or not you will be making a motion to auto pass or ITL something or do whatever else to it. Then after the motion has been made, we will have a discussion about that. For Representative Comqua.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it still going to be the practice that whoever makes the motion writes the blurb, I'm going to call it, or committee report?
Yes, that is true, that if you are going to make a motion to auto pass a particular bill, you are going to be the one writing the committee report. So, yes, Representative Creighton.
Yeah, so the committee report, for those of you that are new, basically that's a short description of the discussion of why we voted a certain way. If it's a split decision, then the majority, it goes first, and then the dissenting view goes second. Typically that's put into the House calendar, and so before you go to vote on it in the House, there's a clear understanding of what the vote was in committee and the key salient points for why that vote was taken. And I've seen committee reports that go up to 2 pages, but most of them are probably about 4 or 5 lines.
Okay, I'm going to add something very important about these committee reports. They are used in a court of law to record intent of what the legislation, was, how the committee came to its recommendation, and that it reflects the intent of the committee. And so that's a very important point to remember when you're writing a committee report. And these committee reports are intended to be clear and concise, and convey the reason why the committee made or came to its recommendation. Representative Bixby.
Another thing about the committee report is that the committee report gets submitted to Chair Aaron, and she will review the committee report to make sure that everything is in order. And if it doesn't look like it's in order, then she will contact you and work out whatever needs to be rewritten.
That's right. And I will expect the committee reports to be done before you leave the day of the hearing of the executive session, because all too often people say they're going to write something and it ends up being forgotten. And I don't want people in other departments like Paul Smith yelling at me. So we're going to make sure that we get our committee reports done when they need to be done. uh, let's see. When we will be voting for the motions, our clerk will be the one to be in charge of that. So would you like to go through that whole protocol?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when the question is put, a motion is made by a member of this committee, and whatever that motion is, it'll be recorded. I will then call the roll, and everyone will say yes or no. There is no abstention. You must vote yea or nay. Once that's done, I will record the vote tally and let you know if the motion passed or failed. And that's about it. And can go pretty quickly. So, but the roll will be called in the same order every single time. So you'll get used to when your name is going to be called. I don't know if there's anything else.
So one thing that, if you haven't been in a similar situation before, when you are voting on the motion, not on whether you like the bill or not. So if the motion for the bill is ITL, or inexpedient to legislate, then your yes vote says that bill should not go forward. And whereas if it's an ought to pass, then your yes vote means that bill should go forwards.
Also want to, can you explain a little bit to everyone about amendments and the order in which we do that? Representative Comtois. Representative Bixby, go ahead.
Okay, so when there's an amendment to the bill, the first thing we do is we move the bill itself, and then the chair will ask if there are any discussion, and we'll also say are there any amendments, and at that point an amendment would be moved, and then the amendment gets voted on, and if the amendment passes, then the next vote would be an ought to pass with amendment, and if the amendment doesn't pass, the next vote would be an ought to pass, and if that's and depending on what happens with that, then there could be further complications. We tend not to get into a lot of further complications in committee. You'll see that happening a lot on the floor.
Normally, we only would have one amendment on any particular bill, sometimes, very rarely, two. But we like to keep it very simple. So that's how that works for voting. And the consent calendar. Well, upon completing our votes for a particular bill, I will ask the committee if there's any objection to placing a bill on the consent calendar if we have a unanimous decision, or I think it's either that or one dissension. Any bill with more than 2 nay votes will be placed on the regular calendar. And go ahead, Representative Murray. Sorry, I saw her first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the one exception is that if it's over $10,000, then it automatically has to go. Is that correct?
Yes, that is true. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is an exception if there is 1 nay vote and they say they don't want it on consent calendar, it cannot go on consent.
Correct. Representative Nab.
I just had a question about the changing the vote. What's the process of that? Like, so when the names have been called and you've voted, at what point would you, if you wanted to change your vote? It says you can change your vote before the final vote is announced.
I had heard that from our committee researcher. I've never seen that happen, to be honest. But again, no bills with any fiscal impact or an appropriation above the threshold of $10,000 can be placed on the consent calendar. Motion for reconsideration. Would you explain that as well, Representative Bixby?
Sure. Sometimes there is a vote is taken on a bill, and then more information comes forward before the bill goes to the house, the full house. And if the bill is still in the possession of the committee has the ability to vote to reconsider the bill. And the first vote on that would be simply a vote for reconsideration. So, and if the vote for reconsideration fails, then it just goes to the House floor the way that we voted at first. If the reconsideration passes, then it is open to further discussion and further motions, and then there'd be a new vote in terms on the ought to pass or the ITL, and then that subsequent vote is what would be sent to the House floor. There cannot be more than one reconsideration vote. Unlike in on the House floor, reconsideration is not used as a way of sealing a vote so it doesn't get changed.
Right.
Within committee, it is really a tool for if you get new information that says you need to fix the bill, then it's a chance to do that.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. I don't believe I've ever seen that happen very often anyway.
I think I've seen it like maybe twice in 6 terms.
Yeah. Representative Murray.
Yeah. And just a point of clarification, the only way you can move reconsideration is if you voted on the prevailing or winning side. Is that correct?
It's not in committee.
Not in
Not
committee.
in committee?
Yeah.
Okay. It says so here.
That's it.
Oh, does not. I'm sorry. Thank you. But on the floor, that's the case.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Any questions? Okay. We're moving along pretty good here. Have some extra time for lunch, perhaps. So we're pretty much done with our executive session, talking about meetings, scheduling, voting, committee reports. So we'll talk a little bit about field trips. Every so often, I know you've been working on one, I think, Representative Bixby. All right, sure. Well, every so often, we will have a field trip. We go out and we look at something that UNH Extension wants to show us, or we go out to a dairy farm or an apple orchard, or someplace where we are going to be educated about a particular topic. And we typically organize farms and other related tours. We will give you notice and hope that you can join in. These field trips are designed to help us get educated on any particular issues. Some of them may be organized by groups like Farm Bureau. Some of them may be organized by our agency heads. Depends. Right now we're working on putting together something. So Representative Bixby, why don't you talk about that?
So one thing that we tried to do last year and it just didn't come together, so we're going to make it work this year, is doing a tour at UNH that includes looking at co-op extension, looking at the animal diagnostic lab, and looking at and getting information from people in COLSA, the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences. And so I'm going to be working with folks at UNH to get that scheduled. I think we're looking probably at late April or early May. Another thing that comes up most years is the Farm Bureau has has a legislative breakfast, which is usually coordinated with their new farmer program, and often will happen at the farm of their new farmer award recipient. And so we will have a hosted breakfast and then get a chance to tour the farm. So that's something that typically I believe happens at some point in April, when it's a little bit easier to trudge around the farm. So those are a couple of things to look forward to. And another thing that sometimes comes up is if we're working on a particular bill, and doing a field trip will give us material knowledge in terms of how we should proceed. That's another possibility. So and another thing is there are sometimes sort of stakeholders who are typically have bills that might come before this committee. So a few years back, we did a tour of the turnkey landfill in Rochester and got to see their biogas recapture program. And and there was a number of years back, there was a tour to the North Country where we got to see a farm stand that was looking to have, there was a bill that had to do with some of the retail elements and of how farm stands work, and we went up to tour that farm and also toured some other interesting establishments on the same trip, because we were up there anyway, so we had a chance to see a number of different things. So those are all potential things for field trips. And if it looks like a field trip would be useful for any of the bills that we're looking at this term, then we may in fact try to schedule that too.
Thank you.
Oh, and also you get mileage for those field trips.
Yep. I know that one of the fun part was last year when we had the raw milk bill that was for frozen raw milk, and I got a chance to go to the Little Red Hen and sample the raw milk ice cream, which was absolutely delicious. So other than field trips, sometimes we will have special presentations by different organizations. So those would be usually done here. So when maybe we're through with the bulk of our bills, we'll have an opportunity to learn more about any specific agency function. I know we had a presentation last year on invasive aquatic species, and it was very fascinating. And they were very helpful and very thorough in their presentation. So, anybody else have any questions about anything that we've covered? We all ready to tackle these 16 bills that we have? I think it's 16 so far.
Yeah, so far.
And they look pretty reasonable. I don't see anything really out of the ordinary here. So I am going to try and sit down, and we'll figure out a schedule for when the hearings for these will be. We will try and group them as to like kinds of bills. Like we have a couple having to do with homestead food operations, and then others that have to do with landfill stuff. And so I think we'll have to sit down and figure out how to put this together so that it makes sense, and that we don't have mishmash of things to deal with on any particular day. Questions, comments? I hope this was useful for everybody. And so we will be taking some time for lunch. I had originally scheduled our morning session to go to noon. It looks like we've flashed through everything so that we have an extra half hour. But at 1 o'clock, I'll want you to come back because we will have presentations from our agency heads to begin then. From 1 o'clock to 2:30, we'll have Department of Agriculture and Commissioner Jasper come with his crew of folks to talk about his agency and what they do and give us some insight of who's who. And then from 2:30 to 3:30, we'll be talking with folks from the Department of Environmental Services. And then from 2:30 to 3:30, I'm sorry, 3:30 to 4 o'clock, we'll have Colleen Smith from Department of Health and Human Services, the Food Safety Division, come and speak to us as well. So it should be a very interesting and informative afternoon, and I hope that you will be back to hear it. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the importance of hearing from all of these committees is that all the bills that we will be hearing are directly related to these particular groups. So it's important to hear what they have to say.
All right, with that, I will convene this morning session, and I'm sorry, adjourn this morning session, and hope to see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you for your attention and your time, and I appreciate it, and I look forward to working with all of you this coming session.
I typically leave all my stuff in the room at lunch. So
Yes.
I feel comfortable with that.
Yes.
It's pretty secure.
Yep. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Environment and Agriculture Committee. I hope you had a pleasant lunch. Quick lunch, pleasant lunch. However, I hope you filled your belly. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome members of the Department of Agriculture, Farms and Markets, and I will turn this over to our esteemed commissioner, Sean Jasper. Good afternoon.
My pleasure to be here. Certainly see a lot of new faces. And so we're going to give you a presentation that really delves into what we do in terms, probably more numbers, so you get the scale of what the department does. For those of you who are freshman members of the House, I hope this was one of your top 3 committees, because I have to tell you that when I was elected to the House in 1984, Environment and Ag was my first choice. Municipal and County was my second. I don't recall my third, and I ended up on Judiciary, so, which turned out to be very well, a good thing, but I never did end up on Environment and Agriculture, so a little special for me to now be the commissioner. So largely the Department of Agriculture is about consumer protection. Most everything that we try to do is to protect the people of the state of New Hampshire in one way or another. I won't delve into that. The folks behind me will. And whether that's being, protected from disease or invasive species, or people who would try to under-deliver the product they're selling you, whether that's meat by weight or cordwood or any of those things, we do that. A lot of people get confused and think that we do the education. We don't. That's Cooperative Extension at UNH. I really do consider them to be our sister organization. We partner with them constantly, and they do a great job of educating, and they make life a lot easier for all of us. So I'm just going to get into a little bit of the overview in terms of our budget and things of that nature. So this year, the department's budget is about $7.6 million. And our request moving forward, depending on whether you're looking at the efficiency budget or our total request, can range up as high as 8.8. The good thing about what we do is taking away the things that are sort of funding land preservation, funding the fairs. If you look at our operations, our people, and our direct expenditures, we are actually a revenue positive agency. We bring in somewhere between $200,000 to $1 million more than we expend. I'm very proud of that, and I want to make sure we stay that way. I'm a fiscal conservative, and I like to see that fact that we are actually not a drain on the general fund. So money goes back and forth. We keep some in some funds, some go back into the general fund, then we get general fund. But when you balance it all out, we maintain every year being revenue positive. And I don't think there's too many agencies that can say that out there, besides liquor probably, but that's a whole nother. We have 42 full-time, we have 42 full-time employees right now. It's up from 36 when I became commissioner, 39 maybe, I guess. So we had a number of vacancies. The years are going by, it's getting harder to remember what those numbers were. We have a request for really converting one part-time person to full-time. It's not actually within the department, that's administratively attached. That is the State Conservation Commission. The last budget, we were able to finally get a part-time executive director in there. It's made the world of difference in the world of state conservation. And moving that person to a full-time position will also make a huge difference. So far, the governor has been supportive of that. The other priority that I have has been the priority I've really had since I became commissioner, is understanding the department that large, there's me. Now, Dr. Crawford is my deputy, but he's busier than I am. So it's not like he's just there. If I'm away on vacation, he's the authority. He's not, you know, sharing in that workload because his workload in his division is, you know, even higher than mine, quite frankly. But he does have an assistant state veterinarian now. So I am looking for an assistant commissioner. You know, I rarely leave the office for more than a couple of days at a time because the paperwork piles up and there's nobody there to do that. And I don't have the opportunity to do the strategic planning that I really ought to. When I became commissioner, we did take on FSMA, which is the Food Safety Modernization Act from Health and Human Services. That has proven to be very successful. That's a totally federally funded program, and we have just got, when we took it over, there was a full-time position there. I couldn't figure out what a full-time person would be doing at that stage, so we went with part-time people. Now it is time to move back to having a full-time person there because the program is growing. It's one of these that is staged based on the sales of a farm, and it keeps, well, going at a very low level to a higher level, and we're moving up along that chain. So I'm very proud of the work that we do in the Department of Agriculture, and I think we are a very efficient organization. You'll hear about what we do, and we do, you know, an awful lot of work with very few people, but I could not even begin to do it without the fantastic team that I have here behind me. Some of them have been with the department for many, many years, and 3 are relatively new directors, one having already been with the department for a while and others coming on, and they are all just doing a fantastic job for the state of New Hampshire. I couldn't be prouder of the people who serve as the directors of the department and the staff who serves in each of their divisions. What we hope to do here is give you that overview. I'd like to put any questions off to the end. We'll all remain to be able to answer them, but I don't want to take away from any of their time. And so I'll be here for questions as well. And so thank you very much. And Dr. Crawford, oh, are you going to lead off? Oh, she's, all right.
I don't want to break her computer.
All right. Don't break her computer.
Good afternoon. Good to see some familiar faces.
Excuse me one moment.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to make sure everybody can see the screens. Yes, okay. You had a question? No? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Is that Madam Chair? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Steve Crawford, I'm the state veterinarian, the director of the Division of Animal Industry, and as you heard from the commissioner, the deputy commissioner in his absence. I've been trying for 17 and a half years how to distill what the division does into an elevator speech, and I have not figured it out yet. So I'm going to take a little different tack today for the intro meeting and maybe focus on some of the numbers. It'll sort of address what we do, but it'll give you numbers attached to them, just sort of instead of a concept or a theory. Pira, should I be using this or the computer? Okay. Oh, look at that. All right. Department mission here, just because I think it's useful to sort of frame everything. General functions of the department, promoting and regulating agriculture, and pay close attention to that 6th one. Other duties as assigned. Animal industry seems to have a lot of those, and I'm guessing other divisions do as well. The definition of agriculture. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Our division mission. So why the Division of Animal Industry exists. Controlling contagious and infectious diseases, in particular those ones that can affect humans. And I apologize, I'm trying to make eye contact, but missing some of you around the implements here. Protecting public health and the economy. And the environment, frankly, now, and as we look forward at One Health and more modern approach. And then our animal population control program that we'll touch on as well. I didn't realize this was animated. I'm sorry. A little slower than I thought. So estimates of the numbers of animals in the state. AVMA demographics, some USDA censuses, and some other places where we've pulled these together from. That one in the top right, because of the ongoing high path avian influenza outbreak, I thought was useful to highlight. That one is based on a 2004 USDA census of backyard flocks. Dated data, but I would challenge anybody here to drive down 2 or 3 dirt roads in the state and not see a cooler or a sign for eggs somewhere. My guess is those numbers have gone up since 2004. But 34,000 backyard flocks in New Hampshire, by that estimate. Tuberculosis testing. So we need to, statistically, to get 4,900 some animals tested, cattle tested each year to maintain our free status. That gives our producers lots of latitude to move animals back and forth across state lines to slaughter without extra regulatory burden. In 2021, the last complete year, 2,260 of those through slaughter. We tested ourselves 1,639, so we were still 1,000 short. There's a New England-wide MOU or memo that USDA acknowledges that lets us use other states' data to maintain our status. I put up a rhetorical question for you there. Do you find comfort in that, using other states' data to maintain our status? I'm not sure how we would get the other 1,000. We just don't have the time or the bodies, but some of the things that we deal with. Interstate movement documents, thousands of those that we verify, review each year. Rabies is largely a local responsibility, but we deal with over 300 calls a year. Questions from local authorities who don't know the details, questions from veterinarians, questions from people who are bitten by dogs or cats and want to know the details of what to do. Many dozens of quarantines, poultry places, other livestock each year that we try and manage. And a fairly new thing that is necessary but becomes sort of a challenge, lots of small poultry flocks that end up with disease don't want those birds anymore. We are now a euthanasia service for a lot of those small flock owners because they have no other option. And so we work with our wildlife services folks. We have a trailer that we use with carbon dioxide to euthanize birds. But we do a fair amount of that. Never something I even envisioned as part of the department's job, but there's nowhere else to get that done. And I think it's an important thing for disease control and animal welfare to figure out how to do it if we don't do it. I am the state's lead for Emergency Support Function 11 to the State Emergency Operations Plan. That is agriculture, cultural, and natural resources. It's not just agriculture. So I'm responsible for helping DNCR, DES, Fish and Game, and others sort of mitigate, plan for the disasters that might affect them as well. Monthly meetings, lots of planning stuff goes into that. I hold 7, by my count up there, DEA registrations. I hold 1 for my office. We don't have any drugs there. We need to keep that, though, in case we needed them for an emergency. I hold 5 for state Fish and Game because you have to be a veterinarian or an MD to hold the DEA registration, and Fish and Game doesn't have a veterinarian on staff. I hold 1 for each of their field sites and 1 for their headquarters, and I also hold 1 for USDA Wildlife Services. So I'm responsible for the risks that go along with that and annual audits and some other stuff. Pharmacy board's actually coming to my office tomorrow to destroy all the stuff that I've collected from them in the last year that's outdated from the last audit. So it's something that we do for them on a regular basis. Work an awful lot with HHS, Fish and Game, Homeland Security, who has been fantastic to us, frankly, during the high path AI outbreak. They have built an online mapping tool that we can use. When we plot a location of a farm that might be infected, it will automatically show us the 10-kilometer, 20-kilometer circles and the places that we need to contact. So they've been wonderful to help us with that. It's not IT capacity that we have ourselves. And going through spreadsheets is not the way to do that anymore either. Deal with several cases per month with law enforcement, animal welfare stuff. We're working up one now with the town. Calls weekly, but actively on farms with police at least a couple times a month to deal with animal welfare cases. The poultry numbers I thought were interesting, fairly consistent. Little drop in the first year of the pandemic and a bump in the next couple of years. Lots of people wanted birds. The 9-3, those are the import documents for poultry, and I thought that was useful. Approaching 300,000 birds imported last year to individuals in feed stores. That's not our big poultry players. That's just the individual folks, and that's for who we have records. I would bet you there are plenty that we don't. 3,200 New Hampshire residents, individual New Hampshire residents that imported birds last year. And then our livestock dealers, which is largely our poultry stores, or pardon me, our feed stores that sell poultry. imported about 80,000 birds themselves, or 90,000 birds, pardon me. We have to have an initial state response and containment plan in order for any of our poultry producers that are affected by high path AI to qualify for indemnity. We submitted that a couple of years ago to USDA for approval, and they haven't approved it yet. They've been busy with the high path AI stuff, and they've also paid our producers so far, so I think we're okay. But getting some of the planning stuff done, like the commissioner said, finding time to do the office work is a challenge. We do regular testing for 4 New Hampshire poultry farms that ship to slaughter in New Jersey because they require that testing. We don't have any veterinarians in New Hampshire outside of our department that are comfortable doing that testing. So somewhere around 15 on-site visits last year to those farms, so they could send anywhere from 500 to 1,500 birds at a time down for slaughter. These are not poultry-specific farms, but these are all people who are farming for a living, no off-farm jobs, and together they employ 40-ish, I think, when I did the numbers, 40 people that these 4 small farms are employing, keeping hundreds of acres open. If we don't provide that service for them, they don't have the poultry piece of their business, and that's a real challenge. Other duties as assigned. So the biggest single consumer of our people resources is regulating the pet trade. Not agriculture, but it's our single biggest people consumer. A little over 3 FTEs to deal with that, and just 150 license holders. It's an enormous task. It's a challenging group to deal with. It is. It's a challenging group to deal with. In terms of the revenue generation, revenue neutral, $200 a license for the year. We licensed 150, so $30,000-ish a year we generate. We spend 3 FTEs worth of time and salary on that, plus fuel and other stuff. It's not a revenue neutral thing. I don't know how it would be, and I'm not suggesting that it should be necessarily, but that's one of those things. And I will likely be in front of you more often for pet vending than for anything else. And I work for the Department of Agriculture. Our spay and neuter program, first in the country, established in 1994. About 5,000 applications a year from means-based residents of New Hampshire who want their dogs or cats spayed or neutered. 5,000 applications a year. At just 5 minutes to review each of those for content and accuracy, that's 3 months of staff time just to review the application, not to process or to do anything else. That's a 1-person program. Database, RFP update. I was actually asked about it when I came in. So last year, thanks to your assistance, we got the authority and funding to establish an electronic database for records management. We need to get into the 2000s. Many months later, the state is slow. I signed off on the final approval of the RFP yesterday, and Commissioner Goulet signed off on it today. So by the end of the week, our RFP will be posted. It will be open for 60 days, I believe, at which point we will review all the applications with a team from OIT and from our department and from the Department of Justice. And our timeline was by July 1st to have someone chosen for a contract. We wanted to have the RFP posted December 31st, so we're 10 days to 2 weeks behind. So still hoping for July 1st to get that contract signed. It still sort of stays in line with what the statute established for us last year as a timeline. High path avian influenza outbreak that you've heard about in the news. I don't want to go over time. I can stop let me see. It's probably time for me to wrap it up. So, ongoing high path avian influenza outbreak. We have had 2 backyard flocks affected. That has had implications for all 4 of those flocks I told you about that shipped to New Jersey because we have to change testing and movement status, and for some of our big poultry players, because this is no longer just about disease, it's about politics with other countries and other states. So even though we have only had folks that aren't part of the traditional industry affected, it has affected more than a handful of other farms in the state. It's a real deal issue. Plenty more there for you to read. I'll be here for questions, and you guys can all find me by phone or email or walking across the street. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you want me to let you clean it up so I don't make a mess of it?
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Environment and Agriculture Committee. I'm David Rousseau. I'm the Director of Division of Pesticide Control. So thanks for serving for the citizens of the state of New Hampshire. The images that we used in this presentation today show some important pieces to pesticide concerns in regards to protection of human health and the environment. And this is actually current images we're using with training that we do. The commissioner mentioned the University of New Hampshire Cooperative Extension. We do partner with them on training individuals that are interested in getting a license, and I'll explain when you'd need a pesticide license, or individuals that already hold a license that need to do continuing education requirement commitments. So we have a strong focus on the importance of that message, protecting human health and the environment in regards to pesticide control. The statute does allow for pesticide use as long as pesticides are used in a proper and an appropriate manner. So the statute does allow for use, and the division's mission is really to make sure that that's the way things are actually going on in reality. And the way we do that is there's 5 program areas. We have licensing, and that all has to do with exams and training and renewal of the license. We have an enforcement section within the division, and we do have inspectors that go out and make sure that folks that hold licenses are actually doing things the way they're supposed to be doing. We also respond to complaints. There's a product registration piece. The statute requires that any product, pesticide product, that's sold or distributed in the state of New Hampshire is registered with the state. So we register pesticide products. We do have an environmental protection component to the division, and an integrated pest management program. So those are the 5 major areas. So integrated pest management, for folks not familiar with it, is a concept. Some folks will call it a science or an art, but it's really an approach to a pest that doesn't just identify pesticide as the response. So integrated pest management is including other things like mechanical control, behavior, cultural, and that sort of thing. So those are the 5 major areas within the division of pesticide control. As far as numbers go, is our deliverables from 2022 last year, we issued 2,600 licenses. So folks that needed a pesticide license, we had 2,600 of those. The number of products registered were 13,000. Inspections, we did 600 inspections. And we issue a special permit. So a special permit goes above and beyond holding a license. And these are usually required in sensitive areas like nearby water resources. And the environmental section within our division reviews those requests for use of pesticides in those sensitive areas. So we did 360 of those last year. A point I wanted to make about product registration, the manufacturers of products, they have to register it with the state, and the fee that they pay goes to the Integrated Pest Management Program, and that supports some of the division as well as grants for projects in regard to pesticides. So the staffing, how we do this, we have one individual, that's the administrator, that would be me, the director. A certification coordinator, that's the person that makes sure that people are licensed properly, that they go through the examination process, that they renew their licenses on time. We have the environmental protection program manager. And one individual that reviews, I mentioned the 600 inspections that we do. This position, this enforcement worker protection manager, reviews each one of those cases to determine the proper enforcement action, whether it's just a field notice or it might be a fine. And then we have 2 inspectors to cover the whole state. The nice thing with the state of New Hampshire inspectors, they don't just qualify for the state standard, they also hold federal credentials for pesticide inspections. So they hold a dual standard, both state and federal. And then we have an individual that oversees those registration of the 13,000 pesticide products. And yesterday, I had an interview for a product assistant. That's the only one we're missing right now, and hopefully we'll have that position filled. And that position rotates among the different programs just as an assistant sort of piece. So that's the staffing piece. We have 8 individuals for the 5 major programs. I'm going to mention some major topics. One of them we may see as a bill. We've seen it as a legislative service request, and that's a ban on a certain class of rodenticides. So I guess you'll be hearing more from me on that. The division does not support a ban. There's a great concern with rodents, particularly rats, and mice, but we'll go into detail when we cover the bill. But that's one of the major topics we're involved with right now. Training, we do partner with our, particularly the University of New Hampshire, but actually any trade group that comes to the division and requests the speaker, especially in regards to what the regulations mean and offering assistance, compliance assistance, we do outreach and training. That's a major topic. Another major topic is the arboviral disease in regard to mosquitoes and some of the diseases that they carry, such as West Nile virus, Eastern equine encephalitis. And we work close with the division, with the Department of Public Health and Human Services. And then the integrated pest management, we're constantly trying to keep that in people's minds that the response to a pest doesn't always need to be a chemical. So that's a continuing major project. And the federal government has a piece regarding to agriculture that's called worker protection. And this is pretty much farms that use workers. And the worker protection standard is so that the farmers, the owners, are reaching out to make sure that those workers understand pesticides and precautions to take so that they limit exposure. So those are some of our major topics. We do get involved with a lot of other topics as well. I wanted to mention some of our government partners. Again, we work closely with the University of New Hampshire on training and research. We work closely with Department of Environmental Services, especially water quality pieces. Health and Human Services, I mentioned that with the mosquito. We also had a project with Health and Human Services on ticks a couple of years ago in regards to Lyme disease. We are supported by some federal money through the United States Environmental Protection Agency, so we work closely with EPA. And Fish and Wildlife, and right now, the most current Fish and Wildlife project we're working on is the tracking of animals that have been identified as having residue from rodenticides. So that's a really important piece right now. So those are some of our partnerships. The last thing I want to leave you, the last 3 slides, and this is really digging into the weeds, but I always wanted to do this because from where you sit, you may not know the standard that someone would have to go through for a license or a permit, but there is an exam requirement, okay? And it's a high standard. And there's 2 types of pesticide applicators. One is commercial. So that might be someone that we may hire to come to the house to deal with cockroaches or the lawn. And then there's private, which is more of the agriculture-based individual. But the exam is, it's written, okay, and it's closed book. For a commercial pesticide license, if you go on someone else's property and you use a pesticide, you need a pesticide license. So that exam is 3 parts. We have core, which is your basic pesticide information on safety, how to read a label. The category focuses in on the site that you're working at. So we have 23 different types of categories. For example, if you're working just in lawns, that would be the turf category. And we have a separate category for example, structural, dealing with termites and that sort of thing. So you have your core, your category, and then a regulations portion of the exam. Now, there's an advanced level required for every company, and it's called the supervisory level license. And that's not just the written exam, but they come in for an oral exam. And they have to pass the written to take the oral. And the oral exam is like an interview. And we ask that individual questions. We usually like to have a panel of 3 people, one a subject matter expert, a regulation expert, and then a generalist. So that's a commercial license. That's the exam requirement. And then the private, which is really the agricultural type permit, we refer to all of them as licenses, but this is actually technically a permit. Anyone using pesticides in the production of a commodity for sale or distribution has to have a permit. And again, it's a 3-part exam. I wanted to leave you with that just so when we do talk in regards to bills that you understand the person that holds a license that does it professionally, that's the standard they're held to. So that's all I have, and thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Good afternoon. My name is Pyrrha Siegert. I'm the state entomologist and I'm the director of the Division of Plant Industry. So I wanted to start with just a few numbers here. And so, well, first, our mission is to promote and protect plant health by curtailing the spread of dangerous insects, diseases, and weeds moved in commerce. there can be sometimes, I think, a little bit of unclarity between what we do versus what Division of Forest and Lands does versus what Cooperative Extension does. And we partner with all of those organizations. And I hope in my next slide to kind of try to highlight a little bit where what we do is distinct from what they do. We have 4 full-time personnel. We have my position as the state entomologist. We have 2 entomologist 2s and 1 entomologist 1, and we have 1 part-time apiary inspector. Our funding from general funds is just over $400,000. We get a little bit under $200,000 in federal grants, and that's going to vary from year to year. And then last year, the Upland Invasive Species Remediation Fund was created, and that's a cost share fund for treatment using herbicides for invasive species with municipalities. So if you look at our website, which I have listed there and which is on the handout that has gone out to you, I prepare a report every year on the activities of the previous year. The report that's up there right now is 2021's report. I'll start working on 2022's report pretty soon. And I think also handed out to you or being handed out to you is basically a front and back page summary of that 28-page report. So anytime you want to look and see what we're doing, it's there in a lot of detail. So we can't do this job alone. We have a lot of partners in terms of our plant protection framework. It goes from the state level, which is what we do here at the New Hampshire Department of Agriculture, to the between state level harmonizing regulations through the National Plant Board, the federal level, which is USDA Animal Plant Health Inspection Service, Plant Protection and Quarantine, APHIS, PPQ, the continental level, which is the National North American Plant Protection Organization, which is comprised of Canada, the United States, and Mexico, and then the International Plant Protection Convention, which is 211 countries that are trying to harmonize plant pest rules in order to reduce the transfer of pests across borders while still promoting trade in plants and plant parts. So we have a network of folks that we are trying to work with at every single level to reduce the spread of pests. And then we have a lot of non-regulatory partners and cooperators, only some of whom I have listed here because I knew I was going to run out of space on this slide. If I look at plant protection activities, there's a continuum of activities with invasion of plant pests. So plant pests can be insects, they can be pathogens, they can be weeds, et cetera, et cetera. First, you have pre-detection. You don't have the plant pest in that area. Then you move into the early detection phase where something has been introduced, but it's not widespread yet. And then you get to the point where it's established. A lot of our activities actually are happening in the before and early stage. We don't do management, and that's where you're going to get into like Division of Forest and Lands may do more management. When you have an agricultural pest that is in somebody's field, they might look to Cooperative Extension to give them some guidance. We don't offer that kind of guidance. And so we have different activities and tools that we use depending on what stage of invasion you are by a plant pest. Some of them we do throughout. We're going to license plant dealers regardless of whether or not there are plant pests in the area. We're going to do inspections to make sure that plants being offered for sale are apparently free of plant pests. And we're going to do certification and compliance activities so that if they want to ship to another state, even though we have Japanese beetle in New Hampshire, we can certify and comply your plant shipment so it can go to Oregon where they don't want Japanese beetle. So we do that regardless of the stage of the infestation. Then there are some activities that we don't do once a pest becomes established. Once a pest is established, my division does not survey. Once a pest is established, my division really kind of backs off a lot on the outreach and education that we do. That gets taken over by other entities. That's going to be your extension, your Division of Forests and Lands. And then quarantine is a tool in the toolbox that is used sometimes. Exterior quarantines are those that work to reduce the likelihood of a pest coming into the state. So we're going to use an exterior quarantine when there's a pest nearby that we don't want. An interior quarantine is where you're trying to either control the movement of the pest within the state, or if there is a commercial and economic reason to continue maintaining a quarantine in order to ship to other places, we'll use an internal quarantine. So plant dealers, I always describe this as kind of our bread and butter. There's nothing like a live plant for moving a live plant pest. Their food source is moving with them. So we do a lot of regulations of plant dealers. And so we work with the green industry to facilitate trade and protect the public through surveys and inspection. Beekeeping, we have a part-time apiary inspector, and we maintain an apiary and provide assistance to New Hampshire's beekeeping industry. This is a very small program. And then the wood products industry. Since the 1970s, there's been a big increase in the number of introduced pests into this country that have moved in wood products. And so, depending on the pest, we will work with producers of firewood, logs, lumber, chips. All sorts of crazy things end up in this wood products kind of commodity stream there, including like rabbit chew toys, little things in pet stores will end up, sometimes we have to deal with because somebody's found a plant pest in them. So some of these activities, we have 917 licensed plant dealers in 2022, and 660 different entities have registered their apiaries at some point. We do not have a mechanism for removing apiaries from that list, so this is up to date. This is how many have asked to be registered. Last year we did 580 nursery inspections. We did 33 apiary inspector consults where they call on the phone, and the apiary inspector can actually resolve a lot of these through emails, photos, phone calls. 8 of them required him to go to the location to do a further inspection. And USDA issues permits for various insects or soils that come into the state, and I have to approve those. So we did 142 of those. We issued 20 compliance agreements for producers to say that they meet certain requirements to facilitate shipping to other locations. We issued 183 phytosanitary certificates to move mostly plants to other states that have a requirement for that level of certification. We issued 14 phytosanitary certificates to ship plants to Belgium, Canada, France, the Netherlands, Poland, and the UK. And all of that comes with a suite of requirements that we have to review, and then specific activities that we have to do to make sure that those plants are in compliance with their import requirements. DS Cole Growers is the only greenhouse in the country that is duly certified under the Greenhouse Certification Program, which is a trade agreement between Canada and the US, as well as the voluntary SANC Systems Approach to Nursery Certification Program. They've really led the way on that. I believe that we got DS Cole Growers finally certified under the GCP at the start of 2020, and since that time, they've had a 63% increase in the number of shipments that they've sent to Canada. I don't want to say that that's solely because of being in the GCP. There's probably a lot of other factors also that have led to that, but it certainly has made it easier for them to certify their own shipments to Canada under that program. We certify firewood kilns, 7 of them in the state, that are shipping their firewood to states with a regulatory strategy. So if the state says we need firewood certified to this heat treatment level to enter our state, we have certified those kilns to do so. This is actually our certification period for firewood kilns right now. So we just got our probes yesterday and are starting to go around the state today to certify those kilns, which is an annual activity. We partner with growers for pest survey and export certification. We reach a diverse audience via many means and often partner with Extension on events. The more eyes that are out there looking for insects and other plant pests, the easier our jobs are. So we see this as a core function. Our invasive species program. So in addition to our rules, we provide trainings and information on eradicating invasive plants. We cooperate on management and demonstration projects. So last year, as I mentioned, there was the establishment of the Upland Invasive Species Remediation Fund and the creation of the Upland Invasive Species Coordinator position. Those were highlights. To date, with these demonstration projects that we're involved with, we've treated 161 acres of Japanese knotweed and right-of-ways, 26.5 acres done with woody foliar treatments, about 38,000 spot treatments of woody invasive plants, and we've managed about just under 5,000 tree of heaven. So just a moment here to point out a couple of things. On our website, we have this New Hampshire Guide to Upland Invasive Species, as well as the manual Preventing the Spread of Japanese Knotweed. These are both really popular for people. They like to look at these. The Japanese Knotweed manual has been distributed to all of the DOT districts for use, as well as every municipality received one for when they're doing land moving projects. The New Hampshire Guide to Upland Invasive Species gets distributed everywhere. People request it pretty regularly. Tree of Heaven is a preferred host for spotted lanternfly, which is a pest which kills grapes and is likely to cause some regulatory concerns if it becomes established in New Hampshire. It doesn't need Tree of Heaven to survive, but it grows faster and leaves more offspring if it can feed on Tree of Heaven. So reducing Tree of Heaven does reduce the likelihood of establishment of spotted lanternfly. We surveyed for 26 different pests that are considered of risk to New Hampshire agriculture and the environment, which are not established in the state last year. This year, we're on task to survey for 32. We did 31 tick identifications where folks sent in ticks for us to ID, 28 identifications of insects and spiders. And then we had 2 likely delusional parasitosis situations, which I'm not going to go into in too much detail, but if you want to talk to me about it at some point, I'd be more than happy to describe what that is. So our challenge is always our budget, personnel. We do a lot for 4 people. Online retailers is kind of the wild, wild west in terms of what's happening in terms of people moving plants around and whether people are in compliance or not. That's true in every single state, and we're all struggling to understand how to really fit them into the framework. And then anytime we have impacts to our federal partners, that's a line of protection that isn't there anymore that we then kind of take up the slack on. And so what's happening to our federal partners is important to us. We have a variety of different websites. Our division website, NH-Bugs, which is a multi-agency cooperation, has a lot of information primarily about forest pests. There's an active Facebook page with that. And I think that's it. Happy to answer questions when we're all set.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cheryl Ayer. I'm the Director of Weights and Measures. I am one of the new ones that has not presented to the committee thus far. I became the director in 2019, but I have been with the division since 2006. The Division of Weights and Measures is a really, really important division that a lot of people don't even know about. John Quincy Adams said, "Weights and measures may be ranked among the necessaries of life to every individual of human society." And I 100% believe this statement. Weights and measures affects each one of you every single day, whether you're driving your car, buying fuel, whether you're buying food, whether you're buying packages from the grocery store for your dog food or buying your pesticides. All of those have a weight or measure on them as a declaration of what you are purchasing. So we do touch everybody's life every single day. The Division of Weights and Measures mission statement is not necessarily just about consumer protection. It is about equity in the marketplace, because those businesses where we are buying products from, those business owners are consumers as well, but they're also in direct competition to the other businesses just like them. And so as we look at equity in the market, we are looking to make sure that we as individuals are getting fair prices and product given to us, but also making sure that the businesses are successful because they are competing with each other as well. And so we want to make sure that they are abiding by the laws and regulations so that it is fair between businesses. In our staff, we have 7 full-time staff members and we have 1 part-time staff member. I oversee the whole Weights and Measures program. A lot of it is administrative, communicating with different individuals and businesses when violations are had. We have a program specialist who oversees all of our service technicians and weighmasters. She's the one that answers the general line and takes consumer complaints, which we get a fair amount of. We have a program assistant who oversees all of the businesses that are licensed. And those businesses are ones that have weighing and measuring devices that they use commercially. We have a metrologist. Now, our metrology lab houses all of our, I'll show another slide about the metrology lab in a little bit, but he's been with us since the beginning of 2020. He has been studying and getting the lab in a position where we can actually open it up for use, which is a great accomplishment because it takes a lot of manpower and know-how to get that up and running. Our lab went down in 2015 because the person that was in that position was actually asked to come work for the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and he took that position, which left us without a metrologist. And we did look for quite some time for someone to fill in that position, but it is a very, very difficult position to fill. And it takes a unique type of person to fill that. And so it's been a struggle, but we finally got one in 2020. He's been working very hard to get our lab up and running. And the good news is that it's going to happen very soon. So we're happy about that. In 2020, our office, let me finish going through these. We have one part-time metrologist who actually was the director of weights and measures when I came on board in 2006. He has come back to help us get our lab up and running. And then we have 3 investigators. Our state is divided up into 6 different areas, and each of our investigators has 2 of those areas. With that, a big part of our role and responsibility is to make sure that we know where those devices are that are being used commercially. The state also has allowed service companies to have licensed service technicians who are generally the ones who are going out and state certifying. So we do some in-house certifying, but the majority of all the certification that is done by these licensed service technicians. It comes with its challenges because we don't have hands-on for all of those devices ourselves to make sure that they're doing the proper examination procedures on those devices every year because they need to be certified every year. And so we have 210 service technicians. We have 1,025 weighmasters that are licensed with us. And those are the individuals who are given the authority to produce weight tickets when a vehicle scale is being used. So it's when they're moving large commodities. We also license 20,000 commercial weighing and measuring devices that are owned by little over 2,800 businesses. So we also have an enforcement piece, and this is a huge piece because of all those 20,000 plus the people that we license. So the weighing devices, as you may well guess, it's anywhere from jewelry scales, deli scales, all the way up to big vehicle scales. We have measuring devices, your gas pumps, oil and propane delivery meters that furnish us with home heating fuel. We have checking the net content and volume of packages. We have price verification, making sure that the price on the shelf is what you're getting at the register. We have unit price verification, which a lot of people don't may pay attention to, but it's used in order to do value comparison between one product and another that are of similar type. We have packaging and labeling compliance. This is where, different agencies throughout the state have packaging and labeling requirements, but we also do too. And so some of the challenges that we face are making sure that people understand that they don't just have to meet the requirements of one agency, but there are several agencies that may be involved in packaging and labeling requirements. We also get a lot of complaints regarding the sale of firewood. So we partner with plant industry, with forestry. We've done presentations to help people understand how to actually measure the amount of firewood that they are getting and how to determine if they were fairly dealt with. We also do audits of businesses, those service technicians, because they're the ones out there doing the state certifying, and I want them to be doing it the correct way, and also weighmasters. This is just one of our investigators that was out using some of our equipment to test the measure of fuel at a gasoline station. We also do educational outreach to the regulated community because we think one of the most important things is to educate people. If people don't know how to abide by the regulations, then it's not going to do any good for us to expect it of them if they don't know about it. So we do a lot of outreach. Just one small example is the New Hampshire Farm, Forest, and Garden Expo. We do scale clinics for New Hampshire agricultural businesses, which has been very successful. We used to have people going out to the individual farms to do all of the farm scales, but we found that it was not a very good use of our time. So we have devised a way to have 11 or 12 scale clinics throughout the year so that farmers and those who are in the agriculture community can come to us and we will certify their scales for free. So that is a great benefit to our agricultural community. We also partner in some things with the New Hampshire Grocers Association so that they have information on how best practices are when selling commodities. And then science, technology, engineering, and math is really important. It's one of the STEM programs, and weights and measures falls right in line with that, especially with our metrology lab. Just recently, we went to the Nashua School of Science and Design and taught 6 classes to 12 and 13-year-olds so that they could understand what weights and measures was all about, because I would dare say that there's a lot of individuals, adults out there that have no idea what weights and measures is and how important it is to them individually. The metrology lab, we do maintain the state's standards. These standards are used when they are doing calibration work in the lab. Every state was provided by the federal government a set of standards. And so we highly prize these. We have hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment in our metrology lab. So it's really important for us to make sure that this is a successful endeavor. There aren't very many labs throughout the country. And when our lab went down, it was a huge, it hurt. Not only just our state, but other states, because sometimes other states send their equipment to us for calibration. And so it's really important for us to get that up and running as soon as we possibly can, because not only are they certifying the equipment that we use out for our field standards, but it's also the field standards that our service technicians are using to test the equipment that's out there. We also, in partnership with few different organizations. This is not an exhaustive list, but we work 100% in conjunction with the National Conference on Weights and Measures. This is a professional non-for-profit association of state and local weights and measures officials, federal agencies, manufacturers, retailers, and consumers. So you as an individual could be a member of that conference as well. What we do is we work to develop national weights and measures standards, and that has been happening since 1905. The organization brings the right interests together to keep pace with innovative advancements in the marketplace. And right now we are really focusing on electric vehicle charging stations because they're just becoming so more prevalent. Currently, we have no equipment to test those devices. There is some test equipment that has come about that we are very interested in utilizing, but we, one, do not have the funding for it, and we don't have the manpower to do that. So somehow we're going to have to come up with a means of keeping up with technology and the advancements in the market. We also partner with the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Their office promotes uniformity, equity, and SI use and traceability in weights and measures by advancing national and international legal metrology standards, test procedures, capabilities, and training. The individuals with NIST, they are our subject matter experts. Because there are so many devices in the market right now, we can't possibly know everything about every single individual device. And so we have them as our resource and we utilize them. They probably hear from us more often than they would like, but they are also always so gracious in answering our questions and helping us to figure out the right way to do something. We also work with local law enforcement. when it's necessary. We work with UNH Cooperative Extension Office. They are a great resource for information, and they are the ones that have helped us in the past to get places that we can hold our scale clinics. DES and DOT have also collaborated with us on a few important topics such as refueling issues and electric vehicle charging stations. Some of the challenges that we have, paying employees a competitive salary, resources to purchase needed equipment, software programs that are up to date. We have had a software program that has not been supported since 2007. It was actually initially started in the program itself was developed in the 80s, the early 80s, and we have been working on another venture since May of 2016 when a contract was signed. We still do not have a product. So May of this year, we still do not have a usable product to replace what we currently have. And so I know that the commissioner is very supportive of us getting the needed help, but it's things such as technology and keeping up with the times. We still can't take credit cards. And so there are things that we are lacking that would help us to advance so much more if we had the support of proper software and such. We have a declining service technician pool. You saw that we have 210 service technicians. Back in 2017, when the last person gave this presentation, we had 280. And we have inquired about that. It's an aging service technician pool. It's harder to get young people to want to go into the trade. And with that, some of that will end up relying on us and our investigators in order to do some of that work. But it is very difficult to get people to go into the industry. Our laws and rules are very old. It's some of the challenges that we have is that it's a slow process. And I personally would actually love to have some guidance and in cleaning them up, both the laws and rules, because some of them are no longer applicable. Some of them need to be updated so that it includes some of these newer technologies and such. That is all I have. So I look forward to any questions you may have afterwards.
Thank you for such an interesting presentation on such a weighty issue. Yeah, thank you. Great. Couldn't resist. Thank you.
What's being passed out now is approximately is a copy of approximately 30 slides. I do not intend to go through all 30 slides, but what you have there is information necessary to get into the depths of some of the programs that we offer in the Division of Regulatory Services, with references, URLs, so you can really get in if you really want to understand it. That information's there. I think this is a good opportunity to sort of summarize some of the stuff I've heard already. And really, if you're going to walk out of here. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Al Wyman. I'm a Division Director, Regulatory Services. You could see here the primary objective of regulatory services is according to what is written, is marketing, right? So a lot of people might think that's labels and so forth, but really the focus that we have in this is associated with safety. It's safety for human consumption. It's safety for pet consumption. It's safety for commercial feed. And, you know, I have 12 programs in this division that I oversee. FSMA really belongs here, but honestly just cannot handle it. We're trying to handle 12 programs with 6 staff. I only have 5 right now. We're trying to fill an open position. It's difficult, but we do, I think, have somebody coming in. And before I get into this, though, I really want to reemphasize, because you guys are getting a lot of information. I'm just going to hit you with a lot more, right? And I think the biggest concern I see, I've been in this position for a little over a year. I came out of the private sector. The thing that hits me hard, and it hits me the most, is the IT. Like I worked a lot with some of the DES stuff and all that. And I've worked in the Commonwealth of Mass. We're using systems from like it was said, Fox Pro was developed in '84. We can't even find people to maintain it. And we're still putting things. I have 20,000 plus registrations that I put in by hand. And I have somebody who does all day. All they do is separate out checks. That is, from my perspective, that's the biggest bottleneck right there. So regardless of what I say here and what you've heard, my point is to try to reemphasize that. It's important. I think we have a good relationship here, hopefully running into the future, where we can assist each other. You guys can help push that, and we can help realize efficiencies across the whole department, not just animal industry, who has an RFP out there. And you should know, in the back end of that RFP are also requests for cost and information associated with upgrading other division IT programs, which is a necessity. So I just wanted to push that. And I also wanted to say, in this division, I have 12 programs, right? It's overwhelming. It's more than really what should be in one division. And I see, working with Sean and into the future, whether we can break these down into bureaus. But the primary thing I want to push here is that I kind of break these down into 3 sections, because I think there's a misunderstanding from my experience to date in what exactly, what regulatory authority we have as a division. So we have these 3 programs, and if you include FSMA, are federal programs for which we're sort of a federal agents. We act as federal agents on the Fed's behalf. So you'll see in this slide here, we'll take the organic program as an example. They register us as a certifying agent. They license us. We make decisions. We certify farms. We report directly back to the USDA. We don't report back to the commissioner. We don't report back to the legislature, right? We have an agreement with USDA who authorizes us to do the work on their behalf. And so there's been a lot of confusion on that. When the feds say we can and cannot do things, by law, I have to follow the federal statements on that. And that's true of the GAP program. It's true of the country of origin program. In fact, they tell us who to go inspect, right? The feds tell us. And then the Food Safety Modernization Act, I can't say a lot about. It's not in my division. I don't understand it fully, but I do understand that it falls under those same sets where, again, they're federal programs. I also want to point out, because I know you guys deal with legislative bills that come through here, and one of the things I also want to push, aside from the IT, if I haven't said it again, the IT, is that when you guys make legislative mandates, it's great if you come to us and ask us. I'm noticing that because things get put, I've noticed that things have gotten put in the state RSAs that don't match other states, right? So we may be one of all the states that require something, and I get phone calls from like Purina, let's say, and say, Al, what's going on here? You guys have this in your RSA. And I'm like, yeah, I know. He said, well, I can't change my whole manufacturing line just to meet your mandate. Hey, man, so if you guys come and talk to us before you make these RSAs, it's extraordinarily helpful, because we can help you say, okay, this is maybe the best way to achieve your objective. These are your objectives. We're mandated to do what you tell us. But it's easier for us to do that if we're in communication before these things, are finalized. And I say that because these national programs, and I know you guys have been dealing with some fertilizer issues. We have commercial feed, commercial seed, I think might be coming through, horticulture, great one, biostimulants, These are all these programs in the middle here are based on national legislative model bills that have been presented from places like AFCO, ASCO, what those and others, what those organizations are actually a conglomeration, if that's the right word, of state legislators, division directors all over the country, technical experts. I mean, people, that's all they do. Risk characterization of animals, pet feed, laboratory analyses. The best in the country get together and they develop model plans that then they give to all the states. And they say, look, this is the best we can come up with. And generally, all the states agree, and the legislator committees or bodies will adopt that. But if you throw something in there that hasn't been adopted on a national level yet, it can create a problem. So I just want to emphasize that. We don't want to make things more difficult for our stakeholders. That's, you know. Now, the third section here is actually the state RSAs that you guys have complete control over, right? And the biggest one, I think, for us is the Seal Equality Program, where, and these are voluntary. A lot of these are voluntary too, so keep in mind, if we go out, for instance, and do an organic inspection, it's because somebody has asked to come out and they want that organic certification. It's completely voluntary. If they won't let us on their farm or they won't let us see something, that's their right, but we can't give them that certification. It's, you know, so a lot of that stuff is voluntary. A lot of this stuff like seal equality on the state side is voluntary. And what that entails, let's take maple, for instance. Hey, I want you to certify that my maple product meets a certain standard. Great. We're going to have to go through all your stuff. You're going to have to be comfortable with us going through your business plans, things like that. You know, some of the stuff gets extraordinarily in depth. Some people aren't comfortable with that, and rightfully so, maybe. Again, voluntary. The one thing that's of interest too that takes us, if I'm straight, 3 or 4 of these programs take all our time. And we're reactionary to the rest of them, all right? I'm dealing with 5, I have 5 people. Anytime somebody goes out and does a higher level enforcement, I'm busy, right? 3 people come in and say, we just went out, we went to a local and this is what we found. That takes up all my time. And so it's a very difficult thing to maintain these programs and then jump to the level of enforcement, right, where it's necessary. Now, on the federal level, I'm required to. So somebody comes in and gives me that, that's going to take my time. I'm going to have to take time away from some of these state programs. And I think you're going to find that with all of us, where the staff issues, where we try to integrate our programs as best we can to meet the what you guys require us to do. But it's a difficult thing to do, and I'm going to say it again. The greatest way of efficiency, I think, for this department is through IT upgrades. And that's a real thing. And we need to have legislative backing and money to do that, right? We can't. I just put this up here, Department of Environmental Services, because, you know, you can see how their divisions are kind of broken up, and they have bureaus. And I think certainly in my division, it would be helpful if we were broken up into bureaus. Now, the federal program, National Organic Program, I kind of put some numbers here. You could see 80 producers. What does that mean? Well, do you go out and visit 80 farms? You spend 80 days? Nah, anybody who wants to go into that program, again, voluntary. We're going through their business plans. We're going through their all their horticultural plans, where it's a very in-depth view of their business, right? So it takes a lot of time, takes a lot of effort. And then if we get, as I said before, if we get some higher level enforcement issues, it really chews up a lot of time. Good agricultural practices, country of origin labeling. Oh, this is interesting. So, and I bring up organic because of the recent issues that I've you know, associated with the dropping of livestock and so forth. I have 5 people right now. That includes me. This is what our surrounding agents have, 13, 12, 16, 19, 25. And that's really what it takes to run a program like that. We're down to crops, and we'll see how we do. We had an audit where the feds came in and said, you guys are way understaffed, and that wasn't going to change. So the GAP program, again, this is microbial food safety is really what it focuses on. I want to bring your attention to that because again, it's a marketing, marketing is our directive, but really a lot of what we do and a lot of what we focus is on safety. Safety for human consumption, safety for pet food, safety for across the board, commercial feed. You certainly don't want to be giving something to your 100 cows and then come home the next day and find there's a problem, right? You know, some of the checklists that we have to go through when we're doing these inspections, we have to do a couple of inspections, not just one. You know, very time consuming. I have one person who is licensed by the federal government to do this, or just got a second person license and he quit because honestly the pays better elsewhere, and that's a fair, you can't blame anybody for that. We just got an authorization to train a second person. That's 18 to 24 months is what it's going to take to train a second person, but we'll manage it. I beat that one to death. National programs, feed, fertilizer, seed. What I want to point out here is in the feed and pet food program. When that started off, I think I was told, in 2004, 5, 6, fluctuated between 4,000 and 5,000. Hey, great, we're going to put this in Excel. At the time, that was. Now we're up at almost 20,000, and we're still doing it by hand, and it's unsustainable. And every time we make a mistake, and when we separate a check, right, because we have to separate it between two different funds, the general fund and a scale fund. The 2 and the 5 are right next to each other on the computer. Now, you hit one by accident. You've done 1,000 of these in a day. Trying to find that mistake, going back at the comptroller's office, is a nightmare, right? So all this can be avoided again by that IT upgrade. Oh, this is cool. So another thing, we get a lot of phone calls from small producers of pet food products that don't want to pay the registration fee. I'm like, that's not my call. That's legislative call. I can't legally say you can't pay it when somebody else has to, right? Trying to explain that. But I want to explain to you guys, a lot of the time it takes us to review these is because of mistakes made from the smaller manufacturers, because they don't have what Purina has experts. That's all they do, right? A small manufacturer here in New Hampshire, they're trying to wing it. They're going through the regs. They have questions. We help them as best we can. But it takes a lot of time to review that stuff that the people don't want to pay for. And the reality is, we have people trying to put stuff into pet food all the time that is not appropriate to be feeding a dog or a cat in any way, shape, or form. Dangerous, but they're there, and then we get the call. Well, I can eat it. It's fine. Oh my goodness. Well, and so there's a lot of time wasted in that as well, where we have to interact a lot with people. So it's not just that we're going out there looking at labels, going to retail facilities. We're actually doing a lot. That act alone generates a lot of additional work and effort. Some examples of the registration process, what we're looking at. When somebody comes in, they pay that $75 and they want that one pet food label reviewed. This is what we're reviewing. We got medical claims, we're looking for unsafe ingredients, the nutritional values and the guaranteed analysis have to be proven out. We're looking for misleading terms. The label format's the last thing we really that's of importance to us, although legally, because you've mandated it, there's certain things, label formats we have to follow through with, and we do. The fertilizer sampling program came online recently after being off for a while because of staffing issues. And I just want you to know, if we get a lot of calls for people who want sampling of fertilizer, it's a massive. One set of samples results in a long effort, right? So. Every action has a reaction. These are some of the typical questions we're looking at, and this is what makes it difficult to fill a position like this. Is we need risk characterization specialists, right? We need people who understand what chemicals are, how they interact in the body, how they interact in the pets, all that kind of stuff. And we're starting them off at 40-something thousand. So, we deal with it. It's not a point here. It's just not looking at labels. It's really getting into the safety of the product that's being fed to your animals. These are the state programs, the programs that you guys have complete control over. Nutrient management's a great one. We just got a complaint where somebody dumped an estimated 5 tons of pumpkins, right? So we work with the NHDS on stuff like that because our authority, we're authorized to go out and do inspections at farms as the first means, so that we're dealing with the farmers, not the DES. But if sometimes it gets to a point where it's beyond us, we'll go straight to DES, or we don't get the response from the farmer that's required to fix the issue, and then it's the DES regulations, so we have to go through them. Farm commodities, the agricultural land protection. That's a good one. It's we go out and do inspections to make sure that people are staying within the deed restrictions that are put on that property that you guys paid for, or the taxpayers paid for. And again, when we find a problem there, it just results in a whole nother thing of higher level enforcement. It chews up time. The certifying native lumber, UNH Extension, extraordinary. They do most of that work. We just sent out the certificates. God bless them. Some of the, if you down here, the procedures for our nutrient management complaints and how one complaint can result in really sometimes weeks, if not months of follow-up, months. Some of the farm commodities that we do theoretically do inspections on, we do get to, oh, that's pretty neat. One of these things, and what I've sort of emphasized already, is a lot of these things are voluntary. So if you're getting complaints from your constituents, you know, before you come to us, it's important that you understand a lot of the stuff. You know, I don't want them coming onto my farm and doing this. Well, it's a voluntary program. We don't have to. That's your choice. But if you want that certification, this is what we have to do it. We never go and do on it with GAP on the federal. We have to do unannounced inspections, and that's been agreed to beforehand. But I won't send my staff out to do unannounced inspections anywhere at any time. It's just not safe. People get upset. You know, people don't want you on their land, and that's, you know, that's their choice. So we make phone calls now, and we make sure that they're, you know, they know we're coming. They're willing to accept us. Some of the things we look for when we're doing seal of quality or inspections, it's not just going out and looking at a piece of fruit. We're actually taking measurements and doing all this stuff. And then on top of all that stuff, we do we judge agricultural fairs. We well, I guess maybe I spoke to some of this already. The local labeling's interesting. UNH Extension. So we also have to get out all these pamphlets, signs. We also do clinics for hydrometer that people use for maple production. We produce guidelines. There's a lot. My staff is never bored, and there's never need, hey, Al, I need something to do. Like Sean said, we have exceptional people working for us. It's great, and they do a really great job. Some of the challenges, I highlighted in red safety here because although our dictate is marketing, really everything we're doing is associated with safety. Each of those 12 programs has its own sets of laws, rules, state, federal. Sometimes we're getting into local law as well. It takes an amazing amount of technical expertise that is specific to each individual program. So the people we hire really have to know a lot, and they really have to absorb a lot. All right.
I'm giving you the hook because poor Josh won't have any time left.
All right. That's it. See you later. That's the last one. Those are us. Thanks. IT.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having us. Thank you. I will be brief for time and because I just started in July, joined the department in July. So for you freshman representatives, I feel like maybe a freshman state worker. But so the Division of Agricultural Development is a little different than what you've heard previously from the other departments where divisions where they have a heavy regulatory or, you know, on the safety end, making sure that the products are actually safe for use. Our job is really to promote the farmers themselves and the products to the consumers. So we have a twofold mission to help develop opportunities for the New Hampshire producers, agricultural product producers, to increase the competitiveness of them economically, and also to, you know, get the value of agriculture out to the public, to make sure that the consumers in New Hampshire know how valuable and what impact the food and products that we create have in the state. How do we do this? there's sort of two paths, and I'm glossing over. There's a lot more that we do, but I wanted to focus on a couple of issues today. The grant programs have a pretty huge impact, and that's mostly federal funds. The Big E is in West Springfield, Massachusetts. The New Hampshire building, our division, runs that. And there's that picture in the lower left is the Big E this past September. There's a 1.5 million attendees go through there in 17 days. And they get to see 14 exhibitors that are New Hampshire made products, New Hampshire grown food. And there's always a line at the front door. It's amazing what people want. And our exhibitors then get calls later on that say, hey, I was down at the Big E. I'm from Connecticut. Can you send me some of that maple brittle or whatever? So it exposes our producers to new forms of income. 17 demonstrators or entertainers that show uniquely New Hampshire products or musicians. And then the photo on the right there speaks to some of our informing the public column, the weekly market bulletin, our website and our directories and marketing campaigns. That's actually a photo from an influencer who we worked with Travel and Tourism to get a Instagram campaign this year. And there was an influencer, somebody who has a ton of followers on Instagram that can generate more, insight than we could. And they went around to 3 or 4 different New Hampshire farms, took pictures, showed the products that they had, and shared them on our page as well as their own, which kind of double dipped for our impact there. But I wanted to focus on the grants. So annually, the things that we do every year, specialty crop block grant, that's a USDA program. The state departments of agriculture receive money through these programs. We typically get between $200,000 and $300,000 a year. For this, we have a project that we partner with Travel and Tourism every year, and then the rest of the money is allocated to other projects. It's usually research or promotion. So a couple of examples you can see there. We just got done with identifying cold hardy hydrangea cultivars for cut flower production. The nursery industry is one of our biggest industries, money makers in the state. So identifying ways that New Hampshire farmers can produce something that's unique or, more competitive than say their neighbors is going to help us in the long run. And since 2019, we've got just under $1.5 million in funding through that federal funding that we then disperse back out into the community. The agricultural mini grants is something that's within house, up to $1,000 matching grant as funds allow. That's for promotion for New Hampshire organizations like nonprofits, Apple Association, Fruit Growers Association, maybe the Farm Bureau, things like that. And then we get into the one-time grants. These are new projects that have developed over the last couple of years that we're overseeing. The Farm and Ranch Stress Assistance Network, $522,000 awarded to us through USDA NIFA, which is the National Institute of Food and Agriculture, to address the root causes of farmer stress, mental health, and suicide. We signed an MOU with UNH, which obviously you've heard through all of the divisions. They're a huge partner with us, and they really are that counter side with the education and the outreach that we don't have as more of a regulatory department. And they are funding direct services, which are really impressive. Individual family marriage counseling, farm transition or estate planning, tax services, things like that. You can learn a lot about that from the UNH site, and if you read some of our publications. The Local Food Purchase Assistance Program, $900,000 that we partner with the Food Bank for a program that they give money out to their 400 partner agencies. They also do some contract buying and some bulk buying of food directly from New Hampshire producers. So that food, that the whole trail of the receipts and the invoices and all that stuff comes through to make sure that was purchased directly from a New Hampshire farmer. And it's kind of, we get a double bang for our buck where it goes to help the underserved, the folks that are hungry in the state, but it also, that money goes into farmers' pockets. You can see some of the statistics there. We just got a local food for schools cooperative agreement, another almost 600,000, again, for purchasing directly from farmers, but this is through school districts. So there are 44 school districts that meet the threshold for a certain amount of low and reduced lunch folks that subscribe to that program, they're going to get served through this 25,000 students, 300 small farms that are expected to benefit. And then the one that we're really excited about is the meat processing infrastructure program. This comes through ARPA funds. It's a little over $1 million broken into two different projects. 260,000 is going to develop a certificate program. We don't currently have one in New Hampshire. This is so that the workforce can have some education before they jump right into working at a meat processing facility, and that's going through UNH. And then we have $750,000 for a grant program for building capacity, labor saving, and value added to those meat processing facilities. We expect that that will be oversubscribed. There are 4 USDA inspected meat processing facilities in the state. If they each ask for the maximum award, we're already oversubscribed, and that's not talking about third-party exempt and custom butchers. So if we can find some more money for that, that would be great. And you can see at the bottom, that's a little over $4.5 million in funding that we've gotten mostly from the federal government that we've been able to get back into the hands of farmers and producers and the ag service providers that support them. Real quick on the informing the public part, weekly market bulletin, our division puts that out. Started as market news in 1917, and since 1923, it's been published weekly ever since. This is where farmers get news and the classifieds, which they love. We're seeing a little dip in subscriptions because there are more places to get that, whether it be Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist or things like that. But we're certainly looking at how we can build back our subscription base. We have a website building on that IT need. We're redoing the website right now. We've talked to some of the folks over at DOIT. Some of the other departments had budgets to have third parties come in and help them rebuild their website. We're taking this on our own because we don't have that in our budget. And then we do social media, television, radio, marketing. Happy to speak to more of those details another time. We've got myself, the division director, an information representative who's part-time, word processors, although I'd like to get those titles changed. One's vacant. They're also our department receptionist. The other one works extremely hard on the weekly market bulletin, publication design, and right now is currently updating our website because the old website platform is no longer supported and I cannot get a license. So, you know, those are building on those IT things that we really need to get fixed because we can't carry out some of our duties. And those are those challenges is funding and then staff. If we had a couple other people, somebody who focused solely on grants, you know, another program assistant, I think all of our divisions could use help, but we're still accomplishing the things that you ask us to do. And that's what I think is really great about this department. And that's what I got.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation. Commissioner Jasper.
Madam Chairman, I finished right on time, but unfortunately we didn't leave any time in the schedule for questions. We're here at your pleasure. If you want to take additional time, Dr. Crawford had an emergency he had to leave for, but you know, hopefully you see the enthusiasm that the directors all have, that we all have for our mission, serving the people of the state of New Hampshire. And so hard to keep that enthusiasm down to 10 minutes. That was what I was trying to do, but some of the directors are a little bit more enthusiastic. And I know they gave you a tremendous amount of information, and you know, you've got the handouts there. We're all available to serve you. Of course, you're our primary committee, and we want to be here to help you better understand what we do and help you make sure that you make the best decisions, the most informed decisions for the people of the state of New Hampshire.
Well, we thank you very, very much for your time. I know there are a few hands up, so we've got maybe a minute or two. Go right ahead. Representative Sofakaitis.
This is hard on the dairy farm support, and I was just wondering how they're doing.
Not terribly well for the most part. And, you know, I was just looking at some information nationwide again, that the production keeps increasing nationwide, which pushes the price of milk down. because there is an overproduction nationwide. Many of our farmers, and I think if you take the four governmental herds out of it, there are 2 herds at UNH. Grafton County is the last county with a herd, and Alvirne High School, my high school, still has a small herd. We're right around 65 commercial dairy herds. Many of them are facing challenges with aging out, and there's no next generation. The farms that are doing well and will survive are the ones that have been innovative. And I have been saying this long before I was commissioner. People have got to figure out a way to market directly to the consumers. And you've got a few that are doing extremely well. But I've said this for probably 40 years. Dairy farmers are their own worst enemies. Because they, every time, when the milk prices go down, well, we have to produce more milk. When the milk prices are up, well, we have to produce more milk. And there isn't any type of ability to really control that. But our challenges are a little bit different because we have so few and so many next generations. We will always have dairy farms, I suspect, but they'll be the ones that are bottling their own milk and selling directly. And I hope some others start figuring out a way to do that. I will continue to try to work to do that. I've not given up on New Hampshire's own idea, but the pandemic put a real crimp into that, and other things have interceded. But we will get back to working on that idea and see if we can do something to help.
Thank you.
Question, Representative Bixby.
Yes, so a number of your department heads mentioned things like we don't have the resources for new measuring equipment or new this or the new that. I'm wondering if that stuff has made it into your budget request, and if
Well-
there's a way that we as a committee can help push the finance committee to
Well, and that's quite frankly, Representative Bixby, and thank you for the question. That's why we were given direction by the governor as to what we could request with the parameters. And that's why, for fiscal 2024, our actual needs, without being terribly greedy, were 8.8 million, but with the efficiency budget, it's 7.8. So there's $1 million of need there that hopefully we will get. And the same is true going forth into fiscal 25. So, certainly we're hopeful that you can help us on that. I'm also, as I say, trying to be realistic about what we can request. The way we develop the animal database is to, and I'm not an IT guy, so I'm just saying, we're leaving these doors open so that eventually we can build the rooms on where the doors are without a great deal of additional cost. These are the things we're trying to do. And I will tell you quite honestly, while I know we have more personnel needs, we're not going to be adequately able to assess exactly what those needs are until we get the IT systems that we need. And I appreciate your help in that process, and we are getting there.
Oh, so so with the IT, I put the bill in. I'm hoping that the amount that you said you needed was actually as much as you really needed. And I don't know if that's coming to this committee or if it's going to Ways and Means or Finance. That one is, they haven't sent the bill out yet. I'm wondering if there are other items that you are not able to fit into the budget where some sort of legislation from this committee may in fact help bridge the gap or get things moving. And I'm hoping that it's obviously too late to get new bills in this year, but I'm hoping that if things like that come up, that you will be able to touch base with us and make sure that we put in those requests for you.
I appreciate that, and we are working with a number of House members and Senate members on some of the statutory changes we need and would like to see, but there are, those challenges. And frankly, one of the challenges we're facing is space challenges where we are. and if we get the personnel, we're gonna be chock-a-block full. However, DES tells us we're gonna be moving in May within the same building, but to a temporary space and then someplace else. That's unacceptable, and I've informed the governor that the idea of departments having to move twice, possibly 3 times, is unacceptable, would shut us down for weeks at a time. So I'm trying to look at the possibility of us moving over to the insurance complex. There is a lot of space there where DOJ is going to. I love being right here, but the reality is, if they expect us, if we're expected to move several times, they're going to put us in a hole that's going to take us a long time to get out of. The last time I think the department moved was sometime in the early 90s, and I have been trying to utilize the space as best we can, but we are bursting at the seams where we are, and so that's another thing that I've had to be mindful of, is how many people can we put in this box that we're currently in. So we're making great, I'm proud of the strides that we have made, and I think we have been able to make the ones that we have because we have been realistic in what we've asked for. I was told on my first day on the job that the department was constantly in triage. I really don't think we are in triage mode all the time. We're stressed, but at least we're not in triage anymore.
Yes. 1 second. I know that we had scheduled DES to come in at 2:30. Is anybody here from DES? Do you know?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, okay. You can have them come in. We'll have one last quick question, and I think we got to wrap it up quick.
And I'm glad to come back anytime.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard about a couple of one-time grant-funded programs that sounded really great. Local food purchase assistance program, that obviously is a win-win. The local food for schools cooperative agreement program. So those are one-time grants. Are there possible future federal funds coming down the line? Are these programs simply going to go away? What are our hopes for the future of these programs?
Those are excellent questions. One of the things that I talked to Director Marshall about in this, and some of them do go for a couple of years, and we never know what the feds are going to put out there for funding. But I think it would be a real tragedy if we develop these relationships and then cut them off at the end of the funding. So we will be looking at ways that we can make these agreements work going beyond here, because the food is still going to be needed. So what can we do to make sure that even if there isn't a large amount of federal money, or maybe even, maybe we get some state money, but whatever we can do, we want to see those relationships continue, because, it could be devastating if farmers have relied on those for a couple of years and then we cut them off like that. That could be the worst thing that we could do. So my goal is to figure out a way to make them long-term and sustainable.
Thank you, Commissioner Jasper. I really appreciate you and your staff for coming in and taking the time. We appreciate you educating us and keeping us apprised of all the programs and work and diligence that you have all put through. So we look forward to seeing you in hearings and hearing from you in other times.
Well,
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you. We appreciate you being our audience today. We get to tell our story, and we don't get to do that, I think, often enough. And I think we have a great story to tell. So thank you very much.
So next up, we have the Department of Environmental Services. I believe Ms. Sarah U.S. Kern is here. Oh, there you are. Okay. Does anybody need to take a quick break at all? Are you just setting up your stuff and yeah, we're gonna take like a 2-minute break so people can go hit the bathroom if they need. Yeah.
You see it?
I hope it's right.
I've not read it. I just saw it.
So we'll be with you momentarily.
So, yeah, it's got 300 and 326.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah, she put the notices out already.
Great.
Okay, I think we can proceed. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee, and thank you so much for inviting us here to talk about DES and specifically the Waste Management Division. First, we have our Commissioner, Commissioner Scott.
Good afternoon. Again, I'm Bob Scott, Commissioner with the Department of Environmental Services. I just wanted to do a quick cameo, introduce so you can see some faces anyways, not that we have great faces, but and point out our senior leadership team. So we've also brought Mark Sanborn. He's our Assistant Commissioner. You probably are aware the Waste Management Division Director is indisposed. So you're getting Sarah Uhas Kern, our Assistant Director. Our Water Division Director, Randy Pelletier, is somewhere behind me. Is he waving? Okay. And our Air Resources Division Director, Craig Wright, is here also. So there he is. Okay. So just really quickly, I just wanted to make myself available to you all. I say a cameo. I was going to walk out the door in a few minutes unless somebody wants to talk to me, but I'm available anytime if anybody would like to talk. I'll say generally for the agency, some of the things that are taking up a lot of our time right now are we have a lot of funding between ARPA funds for the state. We had $185 million moved to us for water, wastewater, and dam projects. The bill, infrastructure law, moved a lot of money to us over the next 5 years. So we have unprecedented amounts of work, and the good news is money for the local communities for water and wastewater systems. So that takes a lot of our time and will as we move forward. And obviously, nobody can read the newspaper without hearing about different forms of water contamination. So those are really among the normal day-to-day things, which you'll hear a lot about today. Those are things of late taking up a lot of the agency's time and focus. So with that, unless there's questions from me, I'll leave you to the good hands of the Waste Management Division. But Madam Chair, I don't know if you had anything from the committee.
No. Well, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director, for taking my question. You mentioned that there was money for for dams in the state. I was wondering specifically about Silver Lake, if you had any funding for that, or were you working on that in conjunction with the county commissioners at Belknap?
Sure. We have been in contact with the county commissioners. I know for Silver Lake, which is downstream, actually there's more than one Silver Lake in the state, which I find interesting, which is downstream of our Lakeport Dam, which is at the near Lake Winnipesaukee. That's an area where we've had some issues with the property owners on the water body, if you will, and it's somewhat hard to control depending on with flooding. So the county commissioners have some money. They've been talking about moving to do a study. There was a study done, I think, in the 1980s, I think, by the Army Corps of Engineers. That would all have to be redone. So I'm not sure where they are. The last feel I got from them is that they weren't inclined to move ahead, but that's the discussion between the people there. Ma'am.
Go ahead.
Yes, I know that there were discussions with DES back as far as 2012 when the constituency of that lake came to DES, and that this has been an ongoing issue. And for the county to take it solely on when, like I said, it's been going on for almost a decade with DES, I'm just wondering if for some reason we don't do the study, what will DES do?
Short answer is nothing. So there's an enabling bill allowing for a dam to be built and money to be appropriated without appropriating money, as you're aware. So the steps to be taken for this or any other dam like that would be a study to be done. And I'll be very clear that it's not an easy thing, because in order for that dam to be built, over 1.5 miles of the Winnipesaukee River would have to be dredged and then periodically dredged as it the silts in, and that in itself, I'm not sure would be approvable by the Army Corps of Engineers. But assuming all that, the study would need to be put in place, and then to this body for the capital budget moving forward, somebody would have to put in for that money to be done for the capital project of building the dam, doing the dredging. So that it would be a multi-step process. None of that will happen without the first step of that study.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Hey, I appreciate you dropping in and parachuting in and giving us your greetings. So I say go ahead. The rest
thank
of the program. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Sarah Uhas Kern. I know that's a mouthful, so you're always welcome to just call me Sarah Kern, and that's totally fine and easier. I'm here with the 5 Bureau administrators from the Waste Management Division. And what I thought I would do is give you a brief overview of how our division is organized and our primary responsibilities. And then we'll have a presentation from each of our Bureau administrators so that they can give you more details on the programs of their bureaus. We also have another colleague from DES here with us today, Anthony Druin from the Biosolids program. Anthony, could you wave? The Biosolids program actually resides in our water division, not the waste management division, but we know that bills from that program tend to come before your committee, so we wanted to give you a chance to meet Anthony as well. He does not have a presentation prepared for today, but he can certainly answer questions at the end and also is happy to meet everyone. We have worked in time for questions at the end of our presentation, so if it would please the chair and the committee, I suggest that we hold questions until after all the Bureau administrators have spoken about their programs. Thank you.
Sure.
So the Waste Management Division is organized into 5 bureaus. We have the Oil Remediation and Compliance Bureau, which focuses on proper management of petroleum products to prevent them from being released into the environment. They do emergency response when spills occur, and they oversee longer-term investigation and remediation of petroleum contaminated sites where larger or longer-term spills have happened. They also have programs to provide financial assistance for cleaning up petroleum contamination. We also have a Hazardous Waste Remediation Bureau, and they focus on cleaning up properties that have been contaminated with hazardous waste and emerging contaminants. And our Brownfields program, which revitalizes underutilized contaminated properties to bring them back into productive use, also resides within our Hazardous Waste Remediation Bureau. Our Hazardous Waste Management and Solid Waste Management Bureaus, they do similar things. They both help to ensure the proper management of hazardous waste and solid waste by providing training to the folks who handle those types of waste, by providing technical assistance, compliance assurance, and permitting. And our MTBE Remediation Bureau is our 5th bureau. And what they do is a lot more than MTBE remediation, actually. The MTBE Remediation Bureau focuses on providing remedies for contaminated water supplies, and specifically water supplies that are contaminated by MTBE and perfluorinated contamination. And our Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund program and our PFAS response program both reside within the MTBE Remediation Bureau. So all of the work that we do is all about protecting human health and the environment through all the programs that I briefly described to you. We wanted to include a slide that shows our primary responsibilities, but I touched on those already, and our Bureau administrators are going to be providing more detail on them. So I think we'll just get started with the Bureau administrators. So first, we have Bob Bishop from the Oil Remediation and Compliance Bureau.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Bishop. I'm the administrator of the Oil Remediation and Compliance Bureau, and we are everything petroleum within the state. We have different sections within the Bureau that really work together. The UST and AST permitting regulates the storage of petroleum, and for underground storage tanks, also other hazardous substances. That strives to keep the materials contained, in good shape, and really being a good steward of the materials. Accidents happen, they do get out at times, or they have in the past, before we had a strong program to regulate the storage of these items. And then our spill response program comes into play. So we have one program designed to keep it locked up, another program to react and to respond to the spills to ensure that we protect human health and the environment and get those spills cleaned up. We then have petroleum spill investigation and remediation program, petroleum remediation section. And so when that spill does happen, and if there's any residual that needs to be addressed, that program addresses those residual petroleum contaminants. And then we also have the Oil Discharge and Disposal Cleanup Fund. And this is an excess insurance fund that assists those who have had spills with having them cleaned up appropriately. I'll go through each section individually, and starting here with our spill response and complaint investigation section. We respond to about 300 spills per year, and these spills are from a whole host of different categories. Probably half of them are transportation related, about 150 of them a year. 90 to 100 come from tank systems. The majority of those are home heating oil tank systems. So those tank systems that are regulated under our compliance program, we really don't see releases from those, but home heating oil tanks we do. Our program is on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. They are called into action almost every day to go respond to a spill. Primarily the spills are petroleum spills, about 95%. Then we have some other hazardous materials, or even other materials that wouldn't be hazardous materials like milk that can cause a big problem when a tanker truck rolls over and spills the milk into a ditch and it turns into a yogurt, and that's not very good for the environment either. You can see in these photos here, the photo on the left is from a home heating oil spill. It's dyed red. That is home heating oil. And then on the right is a photo from one of our coastal facilities. And primarily what you're seeing there is the Eversource power plant facility. But along the Piscataqua River, we have over 100 million gallons of petroleum storage. So it's a real focus for us in the coastal region to respond to spills and to be prepared in case a spill happens along the river. And that leads into the Great Bay Estuary, which is a very sensitive environmental resource, and we're well aware of that, and we take a lot of steps to protect that resource and to protect the river community. That involves partnering with other agencies. We partner with the Coast Guard. We partner with Maine DEP, the Naval Yard. We have numerous agreements with them in order to be able to respond effectively and quickly to any emergency that happens in that region. The section that does spill response also investigates complaints, and these are complaints of disposal of materials, spilled materials, whether they are hazardous waste, solid waste, or petroleum spills. And they do about 40 to 60 complaint investigations a year. Our Hazardous Waste Management Bureau and our Solid Waste Management Bureau are primarily responsible for the compliance at facilities that are designed to manage those materials. So these complaints are at facilities that are not designed, or at locations not designed to manage those materials. Kind of illegal dumping, if you think of it that way. Our oil compliance section, this is our section that regulates storage tanks, above ground storage tanks, and underground storage tanks. For underground storage tanks, we have a specific statute that provides the regulatory authority, and this is for hazardous substances and petroleum. We have about 40 million gallons of materials stored in underground storage tanks in New Hampshire. Above ground storage tanks, that number is about 156 million. So we're looking at close to 200 million gallons of primarily petroleum products stored in regulated systems within New Hampshire. Earlier I mentioned the home heating oil tanks. We don't regulate those home heating oil tanks. The work of the oil compliance section for underground storage tanks, it's petroleum and hazardous materials. They inspect those tanks every 3 years. They also, that section reviews designs of new systems and systems that are being upgraded or substantially modified. We did 44 design reviews in the last calendar year. We also do construction inspections. So any facility that is going through that design review process gets inspected before it stores these materials. This program is what we call EPA authorized. So it actually works in lieu of the EPA program and the EPA regulations. They've authorized the state of New Hampshire to regulate underground storage tanks. We have an operator certification program as well that is designed to provide training to those operators of underground storage tanks. Above ground storage tanks, those are regulated under a different statute. It's the same statute that applies to our oil spills. And this is a very similar system where we do inspections of the above ground storage tanks, and we have design review that happens. Last year there were 18 plans for new installations that were submitted and reviewed. And with those plans, we also do construction inspections before those go into operation. Mentioned the section that addresses oil spills, and these are for the more long term. So this is after emergency response has occurred. And this section does investigation of spills, the remediation, and the long-term monitoring of groundwater that's been impacted by those spills. We have about 1,100 active sites currently that we are managing, looking and actively remediating, cleaning up, monitoring to see the natural decay of any contaminants that may be in that groundwater. We really focus on human health and water resources. So the groundwater is of particular concern within this program. Last year, this program had 131 sites that were closed. There were 90 new sites that came in. As I mentioned before, 84 of those were from those home heating oil tanks. So those tanks that we are actually regulating through our above ground and underground storage tank system or compliance section, those tanks we haven't been seeing releases from. Those tanks have been in good shape going back to the 80s when we required double-walled system, in the early 90s when the piping had to be double-walled for those tanks. And then finally, we have our fund management section. And this section oversees the oil disposal and discharge fund. I mentioned at the beginning, this is an excess insurance fund. So this fund provides money beyond insurance when either insurance has run out or insurance is not in place to help pay for the cleanup of these petroleum contaminated sites. Many of the sites are older legacy sites that we've been dealing with for a while from that previous generation of tank systems that was in place throughout the state. This fund is available strictly for corrective action. So that is the removal of soil, removal of contaminants, treating of the groundwater, and the continued monitoring of groundwater. It has funded over 4,000 cleanups since its inception, and over 3,300 of those cleanups are complete at this time, since 1988. This also provides financial assurance, which is part of the federal requirements for underground storage tank systems, that they have financial assurance. So that, say, your gas station that goes in at the corner, they have to have a mechanism in order to be able to clean up any spill that may happen. Along with this, it supports what we call our Safe Tank program. This program provides home heating oil tanks to lower income citizens within New Hampshire. It's a method that we have to try to address the home heating oil issue, to get to those tanks before they release and replace them with new tanks in situations where individuals may not have the means to do that themselves. I think that's my last slide, and I'll take questions at the end of the full presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. And next we have Jeffrey Martz, the administrator of the Hazardous Waste Remediation Bureau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee for having us today. As Sarah mentioned, my name is Jeff Martz. I'm the administrator of the Hazardous Waste Remediation Bureau. And our bureau has oversight of investigation and remediation of hazardous waste sites. So that mainly includes all of the contamination besides petroleum that has gotten into soil and groundwater. My bureau is divided into two sections. We have state site section and our federal site section. And the federal site section has two subsections that include Superfund and Department of Defense sites. And our bureau has about 24 staff members, most of which are engineers and hydrogeologists, many of whom have professional certifications in their respective fields. Our state lead section has 14 positions that manage collectively about 800 sites located across the state. And they're investigating, overseeing remedial action and monitoring, long-term monitoring of many of these sites where groundwater remains contaminated. The breakdown of sites includes about 612 hazardous waste sites, 180 solid closed landfills that are unlined, and then there are 6 active landfills in the state that are managed by the state site section. And our section is divided up into 3 subsections, which include the emerging contaminant group, and 5 staff in this group mainly focus on emerging contaminants such as PFAS. So for example, the St. Gobain site investigation is managed by one of the staff members in the emerging contaminant group. Now, it's important to note that a lot of our sites cross over between these groups, so we have sort of some fluid lines between them, but the emerging contaminant group has expertise and continual professional development in the field of emerging contaminants, because there's a lot of new science constantly coming out on this topic. Next, we have our brownfields program consisting of 3 staff, and the main goal there is to obtain funding to transform underutilized properties back into beneficial use, and I'll talk a little more about that on the next slide. And then we have our groundwater remediation and permitting group, which consists of 5 staff that primarily focus on landfills, both the active and inactive, as well as the release detection monitoring. So if you had a lined lagoon, we require certain monitoring activities to make sure that that liner is operating properly and not contaminating groundwater. So I just want to highlight some of the recent activity in our brownfields program. So our brownfields cleanup grant competition is about to award $200,000 to the BRI Development LLC for cleanup work at the Sinclair Hotel site in Bethlehem. And then we have a $200,000 award for the City of Franklin for cleanup work at the Stanley Mill site in Franklin. And NHDES was recently awarded $2 million EPA brownfield assessment grant for a 5-year period. So that's a significant influx of money for brownfields. And we're also awaiting final word on a $790,000 EPA brownfield state response program grant for 2023 pursuant to the infrastructure law. So now I'm switching from our state sites to the federal site section, and specifically in Superfund, we have 5 staff members that work on 22 New Hampshire Superfund sites. These sites are managed in conjunction with the US EPA, and they're divided into 2 groups. We have fund lead sites, which receive funding primarily from either the EPA or the state, and then there are PRP, or potentially responsible party-led sites, where the polluter is paying directly for investigation and cleanup of those types of sites. So by the numbers, we have 8 fund lead sites in the state, 11 PRP, or potentially responsible party sites, 1 combination PRP and fund lead, which is the Savage Well, 1 delisted site, which is the Londonderry Town Garage, and 1 proposed for listing, which is the Mohawk Tannery in Nashua. Also in our federal sites section is the Department of Defense sites, where we have 2 positions that address 6 DoD, or Department of Defense sites. But don't let the numbers fool you. One of those sites includes the Pease trade port that has over 100 individual areas of concern that are being addressed. So essentially 100 individual sites at Pease, and some of those sites are quite significant. And finally, there are 25 FUDs, or formerly used defense sites. So these could include everything from the Pease trade port to Revolutionary War musket fields where musket drills were held. So it really kind of spans the gamut and a lot of interesting history. But just want to include those for reference. And with that, I'll pass it on to Matt Taylor.
Matt Taylor is the administrator of our MTBE Remediation Bureau.
Right. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Matt Taylor, and I am the administrator of the MTBE Remediation Bureau. We have three basic main sections within the group. We have what is our MTBE settlement funds, our drinking water, the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund, and then our PFAS response. Under our MTBE settlement funds, we do sampling of drinking water within the state. Since 2014, we have sampled over 12,000 private residents' homes. But we also do site investigation and remediation. Primarily, that has been source removal and water line extensions. The Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund administration is separate from the MTBE settlement funds. That concentrates on the protection, preservation, and enhancement of drinking water and groundwater resources in the state. There is a 19-member advisory commission where we take all proposals to them for decision making. In 2022, we funded 23 drinking water infrastructure projects, totaling $8.8 million in grants, $9.7 million in loans. We also had 6 source water protection projects. Source water protection is when we provide funding so they can purchase land that is around a wellhead to provide a buffer. So there was $1.5 million in grants protecting 370 acres of land. And finally, we have our PFAS response, which is coordinated by Amy Russo. This is the study, investigation, and testing for contamination caused by the fluorinated chemicals. Ms. Russo is the point of contact. Much of this study and research is done by other divisions, bureaus, and so forth, but she remains the point of contact for the department. Also, within that section, we have the PFAS rebate program. This is a rebate program for private homeowners. This provides $5,000 for a treatment system at the home or $10,000 for a connection to an existing water line. The preference is to have a water line. So we also have the PFAS loan and grant program, which provides funding for the actual construction of a water line.
Thank you, Matt. And next we have Leah McKenna, the administrator of our Solid Waste Management Bureau.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Leah McKenna, and I am the administrator of the Solid Waste Management Bureau. I'm excited to spend just a couple of minutes with you today to talk about what our program does. So on the first slide, well, let me back up. In the last couple of years, you've probably picked up a paper or read one of the online articles dealing with solid waste management. The topic has definitely been in the forefront of news, media, and the general public and the legislature. So after a prolonged period of time where the program was very, very, very resource deficient, we were able to achieve a bit of a reorganization of the program and the addition of 2 new positions. In the last year, we have mostly filled the positions in the Bureau. We're proud to say that we have 16 folks in our Bureau, and I'll go into sort of how our Bureau is laid out. So we have 4 sections within the Bureau. Our first listed is the engineering and permitting section, and they're responsible for permitting solid waste facilities. They deal with compliance of active facilities, ensuring that they are submitting all the reports on time that they need to submit, and they work with applicants to ensure that the submittals for applications for new facilities contain all the information that is required in order for our department to make decisions on permitting those facilities. Next, we have the compliance assurance section. So the engineering and permitting section, we have 5 staff in. Compliance assurance also has 5 staff. We are currently building an inspection program whereby we enter and inspect solid waste facilities and ensure compliance with the multitude of rules and the statute that oversees our program. We also, an arm of that section assists us in rule writing, and conducts enforcement actions when warranted. Next, we have the reporting information and financial management section, a strong section of 1.5, and they are responsible for managing a small number of grants that are doled out to a couple of landfills and incinerators that are going through closure activities. Lastly and newestly, we have the materials management, education, and planning section. And as I mentioned during the reorganization of the program, we added a couple of new staff, but we also added a new program, and it's our planning program. The Solid Waste Management Bureau has not had a planning arm in well over a decade, and so we're very pleased to have 3 folks in that section. And we have Mike Nork here with us, and he is the administrator of that materials management, education, and planning section. And we thought there might be questions for him, so he's here. All right. So we are our program is duly authorized under the RSA 149M, the Solid Waste Management Statute. And we wanted to just sort of lay the groundwork of what solid waste is. And some of the definition of solid waste is just as important of what it isn't as what it is. And so the definition of solid waste does not include hazardous waste or yard waste, bodies of deceased persons, nuclear waste, and septage. And all of the items on top are fair game. So in New Hampshire, there are 270, give or take, operating facilities, and we split those into 3 different categories. We have collection, storage, and transfer facilities, such as your town transfer station. We have processing and treatment facilities, composting facilities, and incinerators would be examples of those. And then we have landfills, which Jeff alluded to. There are 6 major landfills in New Hampshire, and I'll go into a little bit of detail on those in an upcoming slide. So in addition, we have a total of about 600 inactive or closed facilities in New Hampshire, fairly evenly split between asbestos disposal sites. And those are sites known to have been contaminated by asbestos material that stemmed from the Johns Manville site in Nashua. So those are between the cities of Nashua and Hudson, town of Hudson, and 300 town dumps, what we would call your old town dumps. So last slide, some of us are kind of numbers junkies, so I wanted to provide some information regarding disposal of waste in New Hampshire and where that goes and to whom. These facilities are required to submit reports to us on an annual basis detailing the solid waste that they take in and the types of solid waste that they're permitted to. This data is from the 2020 reports, and we've split that into limited service area landfills and unlimited service area. Basically, all that means is a limited service area, they are only permitted to take waste from a limited service area. On unlimited, they're allowed to take waste from anywhere. We also have 1 waste-to-energy facility, and that would be Wheelabrator in Concord. Let me back up. The 3 limited service area landfills would be Nashua, Fort Hills, and Nashua, the Lebanon landfill, and the Lower Mount Washington Valley landfill in Conway. And then the unlimited service area landfills are Mount Carberry in Success, NCES in Bethlehem, and TLR3 Turnkey landfill in Rochester. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to engaging with you in the future on all things solid waste related.
Last but not least, we have Todd Piskovitz, the administrator of the Hazardous Waste Management Bureau.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson and members of the committee. My name's Todd Piskovitz. I'm the administrator of the Hazardous Waste Management Bureau. So the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, or RCRA, establishes federal requirements for the management of hazardous waste and provides for federal authorization of state programs that are at least as stringent as the federal program. Similar to the UST program, DES has been authorized by EPA to implement RCRA in New Hampshire, and we currently receive approximately $522,000 annually to implement the program. The Hazardous Waste Management Bureau is the arm of DES designated to assure compliance with RCRA. We do that through compliance and enforcement training and outreach, information management, and technical assistance. We're a 15-person bureau divided into 5 sections. Thank you. And it starts with drafting hazardous waste rules that align with the EPA's regulations and oftentimes is more stringent, and then shepherding those draft rules through the rulemaking process. We're also responsible for regularly updating our EPA authorization, and once authorized, the state program is enforceable in lieu of the federal program. There are over 2,000 generators of hazardous waste in the state, and those that generate more than 220 pounds of hazardous waste per month, which is about 300 facilities, are required to attend annual hazardous waste training and to maintain at least one DES certified staff. Those that generate less than 220 pounds of hazardous waste per month are required to self-certify every 3 years that they're complying with the regulations. Our staff provides about 25 1- to 2-day hazardous waste training courses per year. Thank you. We also provide engineering support, and we review and process applications for all hazardous waste permits. There currently aren't any TSDFs in New Hampshire. There is one 10-day transfer facility, that's in Newington, but we also issue 10 to 15 limited permits annually. These allow for the limited treatment of hazardous waste by generators at their facility, and their function is to reduce the volume of hazardous waste that requires off-site disposal. There are currently 63 facilities in New Hampshire with active limited permits. To assess compliance at facilities, we conduct inspections of hazardous waste and compare what they're doing with the hazardous waste or used oil regulations. We strive to enforce the rules in a consistent manner. This year, we plan to complete full compliance inspections of 16 large quantity generators and 16 others. That's with 3 inspectors. The EPA also has inspection authority, and they'll do a couple of inspections a year as well. Finally, our reporting and information section tracks activity and transportation of hazardous waste. Last year, more than 2,000 facilities in New Hampshire generated more than 11.5 million pounds of hazardous waste that they shipped off-site for treatment, disposal, and recycling. And our program is there to help ensure that those 11 million pounds are handled properly and don't make their way into the environment. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. That concludes the information that we have prepared for you, and we do have time for questions. I can call up any one of the administrators or Anthony.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any questions from our committee? Representative Dutsey.
Yes, can you tell us how you dispose and where you dispose of contaminated soil?
Sure. Jeff or Bob, would you like to? Jeff?
So contaminated soil generally has to be characterized for transport to offsite disposal facilities. So in some cases, it's considered solid waste and it might be disposed of as in a landfill. In other cases, it may be hazardous waste and might be managed at a hazardous waste facility. But, you know, characterizing that soil is kind of the key in understanding what contaminants are present and how that needs to be managed.
Okay. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question. This question was actually, I think, for Anthony Druin, but maybe not. My question was around delisting of Superfund sites. How does a Superfund site become delisted?
Good question, and that's actually Jeff.
Oh,
So Jeff
sorry.
would come
My
back. That's
apologies.
okay.
So basically, it has to go through a process of being determined to substantially comply with DES and EPA rules. The one that happened for the Londonderry Town Garage happened a number of years ago. So, you know, frankly, I think our other sites are not in a position to be delisted because they all have, you know, substantial environmental issues that are being worked through or managed. So, you know, as far as the nuts and bolts, it basically has to, you know, be substantially clean to go through that process.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, so this question is for Anthony Druin. Last term, we did a bill in this committee that dealt with establishing soil PFAS levels and and I was wondering, and part of that was contingent on the results of the USGS study of PFAS, and I was wondering where is that in what progress has been made on that? Where are we what are we looking at in terms of what the background PFAS levels are in soils and what would then count as further contaminated?
So great. I know Anthony and I are both working on that project, and it involves several components. So the USGS has been working with DES to study PFAS occurrence in shallow soil around the state. So as part of that work, they collected approximately 100 or samples from 100 locations around the state, somewhat randomly selected based on areas that had limited disturbance. So we're targeting forested areas, places that hadn't been developed. And that data has been published and made available to the public through a USGS data release site. So that was our task 1 of this USGS study. Task 2 was a series of bench experiments to evaluate how PFAS leach from New Hampshire specific soils. So we identified approximately 5 different soil types that are characteristic of soils found around the state, and we collected soil samples. They've been had various amounts of PFAS added to them, and a series of experiments have been done to evaluate what parameters affect leaching, because there's different factors that can influence that leachability, such as pH. We even looked at protein. And essentially, the results of that study are anticipated to be released about the end of January. But I'll just caveat that's dependent upon the last few samples getting through laboratory analysis. Our labs are very backed up right now with the number of PFAS samples. So it might be a little bit later than the end of January, but we're anticipating that very soon. And then the third component was a field study looking at 2 specific sites. One was an AFFF site where we have contamination, and the USGS did some detailed soil evaluations, groundwater evaluations, and what we call pore water sampling using lysimeters. So that's measuring water as it percolates through the soil column, but hasn't quite reached the water table. And that data release should be happening about the end of January. So sort of circling back to where we are on direct contact screening values, we've assembled a committee in the Hazardous Waste Remediation Bureau that has hired a outside contractor for technical support on modeling PFAS leachability in soil. So we're going to be using that contractor to take the data that's going to be forthcoming from the USGS and looking at the most appropriate models that are available. This is an area of, again, rapidly evolving science, which is why we've reached out to experts in the field, and we've assembled our internal team of experts to evaluate that data. And our goal is to comply with the RSA that was passed that requires initiation of rulemaking by November of this year.
First, I have a question too, and I'll get to you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, did it what in those undisturbed sites? What sort of presence of PFAS were you finding in those sites?
So PFAS was detected in every single one of those sites. There was some level of PFAS found. That there was generally less than about a part per billion. And if you're familiar with PFAS and analytical capabilities, most commercial laboratories can't detect below a part per billion. So we worked with a laboratory to really sort of push the limits of analytical capabilities to get down below a part per billion, because there were studies from across the country that suggested there may be lower concentrations. And indeed, once we sent these samples off to laboratories, we were finding, generally less than a part per billion for individual PFAS chemicals. So generally, every single sample had at least one PFAS detected. And another part of the story is we've gone back to resample some of the sites that had slightly elevated PFAS. And I think by elevated, I'm talking about maybe as high as 6 parts per billion. In contrast, at some waste sites, we are seeing hundreds of parts per billion. So just to put it in perspective. So the results of that resampling should also be coming out end of January timeframe.
Okay. My question is, do we ever have any instances of contamination happening from a bordering state or even Canada?
Well, I think as we're starting to evaluate these data in the context of regional air patterns, because there have been studies that found PFAS in polar bear blood. So I think there is a component to large scale transport. I've talked to the folks in our air division who have looked at acid rain and sort of the regional air patterns. So that's something I think we're going to consider. But I think there is a component of long range transport. Exactly what that is, we're still in the very early stages of considering it. I think there's a lot to look at with these data.
Thank you. You have a question over here, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I noticed I think this question is for Ms. McKenna. I noticed that where it said, what is solid waste? And solid waste equals, and then in the next paragraph, solid waste does not equal hazardous waste. And yet in the paragraph above, it lists asbestos, infectious waste, and bulky waste. So how is it that those are broken out to be not hazardous waste?
So by definition, those items, so bulky waste examples,
Like appliances and stuff.
appliances,
Yeah.
well, that's white goods, but potentially. And those would be free of any sort of refrigerants. So we aren't talking about white goods that would have a hazardous waste component to them.
And how about asbestos and infectious waste? Is that broken out into a separate place, or
They are solid waste.
they're solid waste without being hazardous waste?
They are solid waste without being hazardous waste.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's statutory definition of.
I see.
Right. Yeah.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Todd has a follow-up if you.
Representative, excuse me.
So by statutory definition, in order to be a hazardous waste, it either has to have one of four characteristics, either ignitable, toxic, and by toxic, it has to fail a certain test. Corrosive, it has to be corrosive, and why am I not? And reactive. So, thank you from the audience. Or it has to be listed, and there's a list of several hundred chemicals, and asbestos is a separate category, and those other things are separate categories. So there is a statutory definition of what hazardous waste is.
So are these things static in a way that those other, it sounds like those other characteristics are dynamic and interactive with things, and things like infectious waste and asbestos are static in the waste stream?
Well, it's not that it's it's that they just don't meet the definition. Like, for instance, you'd probably think asbestos would be toxic, but there isn't in terms of the toxicity definition, but there is not a toxicity test for that. So it's a separate category. So in order to be considered toxic, it has to fail what's called a toxicity characteristic leaching procedure test. And there's a list of tests that EPA has developed that a chemical or a constituent has to fail in order to be considered toxic.
Okay, one more quick question from Representative Potenza.
It's for another department.
Oh, okay.
Right. Go ahead.
Representative Potenza, you had a question.
So I think this is for Cheryl Bondi. It's concerning MTBE as well as PFAS questions. So for several years, I worked for a water purification company as well as a well driller, and then had my own huge system at our home. And so I followed everything for a while from the time that Hassan was leaving office with that big, huge settlement with Exxon, and the state, put together a website and was trying to be transparent, as well as I followed everything that had to do with Saint-Gobain. Many people were literally drinking poisoned water for a year and a half and still had nothing. done. So where is all that, and where's all that money? Are there still those transparency websites, and are we, because last I knew there was still problems going on at St. Gobain, and they're still running operations as normal. So this is a very big question, but as much as you could give me, I'd really like to know.
Yeah, so when we're talking about St. Gobain, we have a responsible party. So I'm actually going to let Jeff take your question. But to just back up for a moment so people know, so the MTB settlement, the state went in a lawsuit against 16 distributors of fuel.
Yeah.
15 of them settled. That was the 82 million that we have been spending that has to be only spent on MTB remediation.
Correct.
The one that didn't settle, we went to court. That was where we got the 276 million, and that's the groundwater trust fund.
Yeah, so to give you a little bit of an update on St. Gobain. So St. Gobain was for those of you who might not be familiar, was an air emissions facility. So they coated textiles with PFAS containing chemicals. And those textiles, as part of the process, went through a series of vertical dryers, and the PFAS containing dispersion was essentially evaporated off, dried off, and PFAS was emitted from the facility's stacks and transported through the air, deposited on the ground in several surrounding communities where groundwater contamination ensued. So this was first discovered in 2016 when the facility sampled tap water that was provided by the Merrimack Village District, and it was recognized that the tap water was contaminated, and it started a huge investigation. So where we are today is that St. Gobain has installed air emission controls that was required by change of law, and our Air Resources Division oversaw the permitting of that emission control, which essentially is what is called a regenerative thermal oxidizer. So they take natural gas, heat up a chamber, put the PFAS air emissions through this chamber, and effectively break the carbon-fluorine bonds so that the emissions comply with the permit. In terms of the groundwater investigation, St. Gobain was required to investigate the area within what we call the consent decree. There was a 2018 consent decree between the state of New Hampshire and St. Gobain, and this area was part of that definition. It's approximately 64 square miles involving 5 or 6 towns, and St. Gobain has been investigating at DES's request groundwater quality within this area. And in 2019, the standard for PFOA, which is the primary contaminant from St. Gobain that we're finding in groundwater, that standard was lowered from 70 parts per trillion to 12 parts per trillion, which greatly expanded the area under investigation because the 70 part per trillion area had frankly been pretty well characterized prior to 2019. But with that lowering of the standard, that investigation expanded outward. And currently, St. Gobain is now in the phase of beginning to implement permanent remedies. So when they would identify a property over standard, they would provide bottled water. And unfortunately, people have been on bottled water for, in some cases, since 2019. So some residents have been on for several years. And we're now at the point where they're beginning to install point of entry treatment systems for some residents, and they're evaluating water lines and designing water lines for certain areas where water line feasibility is an option. Is there a component of your question I
No,
missed?
that just makes me angry. That's just all. I mean, literally, those people, 3 years. I mean, and we're just going to let them continue to operate bottled water. I mean, it's not just bottled water. It's exactly what you're in the shower and all of that. You're contaminated from all of those things. And I just know from my friend that lives in Litchfield, because this is Litchfield, this is Bedford, this is Merrimack, this is Hudson. I mean, all of these towns. I just don't understand a multi-billion-dollar, million-dollar company that's continuing to be a polluter, and we've, on our watch, have just let that happen.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this has turned into a bit of a legal issue. So DES has had to work with DOJ to enter into legal negotiations on many aspects of this, and it's taken longer.
Thank you. I'm going to have to leave that here because we have yet to hear from Department of Health and Human Services. So thank you very much for coming in and giving your presentation. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, and please don't hesitate to contact me, Director Wimsatt, or any of the folks you met today with any questions you have.
Okay. Thank you. With that, I'd like to see Colleen Smith from Department of Health and Human Services, Food Safety Division. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Go right ahead.
I also have paper copies of
Oh.
the presentation. Did you want me to
Sure,
distribute those?
we can pass them out. And my apologies for starting late.
No worries. For the record, my name is Colleen Smith. I'm the administrator for the food protection section within the Department of Health and Human Services. And I'm happy to be joined by Chuck Metcalf, who's graciously handing out the presentation in the paper format for those that wish to follow along that way. And Chuck is a tremendous resource. He can answer any questions regarding to dairy plants and dairy farms. He's been with our department for 35 years, so has not only current knowledge about the dairy program, but a lot of historical knowledge as well. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to talk about the food protection section within the Department of Health and Human Services. Our mission is to protect the safety and security of the food supply in New Hampshire. And we take this role very, very seriously. We know not only are we protecting the food supply of New Hampshire residents, but we also know how important the food industry is to our tourists that visit the state. So we are inspecting not only restaurants, but also food that you'll find in grocery stores, our dairy plants, and we also have a shellfish program, which I'll talk more in detail about. As I mentioned, we have 4 sub-programs within the food protection program. We have 20 employees total, and this is a photo of our group. They have a lot of responsibility. We have, as I mentioned before, a dairy program, a beverage and bottled water program, and our food sanitation program, which you'll know as probably any food that's served immediately to consumer either at a grocery store, a deli, a restaurant, or also food that's manufactured food. And then finally, our mollusk and shellfish program. I'll first talk about our food sanitation program. That's our largest program. We have 9.5 employees, and when I say a half-time employee, we have 2 part-time employees, and we also have staff that are split between multiple programs. They inspect grocery stores, schools, restaurants, mobile food units or food trucks, which have been growing in popularity over the last 10 years, definitely. We inspect food manufacturers, and that could be anything from a large company producing food. We have several of those in the state, but it also could be home-based food producers, or those making jams or jellies or pickles or relishes in a commercial kitchen. So it really runs the gamut between million-dollar companies to very small producers. Bed and breakfast facilities, bakeries, and bars and lounges all fall within this program. Our food inspectors, they may have as many as 600 to 700 establishments under their purview. We split the state regionally. They're inspected every 12 months or 3 years based on risk. And when we look at doing risk-based inspections, that means those that have more of a complex menu are inspected more frequently than maybe a store that only is selling milk and eggs. So that would be a type of establishment that would get inspected every 3 years, but your full service restaurants, those have a higher frequency of inspection. And this is a map to show how our food inspectors are dispersed. They're based out of their homes, so they travel to their inspection district based on where they live. It's a little bit hard to read in this map, but the cities and towns that are identified in white, we have 15 of them. They're what are called self-inspecting cities and towns, and that means the local health officer has responsibility for doing the inspections in those towns. So that's an example of what's not under the jurisdiction of our section. And I'll be honest with you, the food responsibilities are very complex in the state. As I mentioned, we have self-inspecting cities and towns. We do not at the state level inspect temporary food establishments. So these would be food establishments that would be serving food at, for instance, the New Hampshire Motor Speedway as a part of the race there. With one caveat, we do voluntary inspections of those. This picture is actually, the picture on this slide is actually one of our inspectors doing those inspections just to make sure everything is in order, but we don't license those types of facilities. They're exempt from our license, but there are some high profile events such as New Hampshire Motor Speedway that we do inspections of just because of the sheer volume of folks that they serve in those events, but they're not required to be licensed. That would also mean like our Deerfield Fair, the food trucks or food establishments at those venues, they're exempt from our licensing and inspection. Occasional food service establishments, and what that is any establishment that's operating 4 days or less in a 30-day period. So that would be things like a church breakfast. Those, because they're only operating once a week, they're exempt from our licensing and inspection. Actually, food pantries and soup kitchens are also exempt by statute from our license and inspection. And then child care centers, youth camps, and nursing homes, they're inspected by other agencies, so they're not inspected by food protection. And then to make things even more complicated, we have certain commodities which are regulated by the Department of Agriculture, and that would be eggs, maple syrup, honey, pet food, and produce. A product that might have maple syrup as an ingredient, that would fall to us, but just pure maple syrup, that falls to the Department of Agriculture. One of our other programs is our beverage and bottled water program. So any in-state manufacturers of bottled water or soda or other beverages, they're part of this program. We also register any out-of-state manufacturers of beverages and bottled water. And one recent change in our regulation was requiring bottled water manufacturers to adhere to the same drinking water standards in our state. So the PFAS requirements that are for New Hampshire drinking water, they also now apply to any bottled water shipping to our state. So we, as part of their annual registration, we're asking for testing documentation to be sent to us. So that's above and beyond the federal regulations of bottled water standards. Our dairy sanitation program. So this is a FDA cooperative program. And what that means is that any plants or farms that are shipping milk products, grade A milk products or milk across state lines, they're required to be a part of this program. And FDA gives the state no money, but they have oversight over this program, and that it's basically to ensure that all states are regulating milk and milk products to the same level. Our inspectors have to be certified by FDA to do these inspections. FDA requires us to inspect the facilities at certain frequencies, and they audit us to make sure that we are compliant. And it's something that we have have to monitor and keep very close compliance, because any violations of our program could be detrimental to our licensees who want to ship product across the state. We have 90 farms, and it's Chuck Metcalf, who I introduced earlier, he was showing me data about the number of farms that have changed, our profile on dairy farms, how that has changed over the last 50 years. We have, actually this number just dropped from the time I made this slide, it's now 89. We have 89 goat, cow, or sheep milk producing farms and 64 processing plants. Although our processing plant numbers have shifted to the upward, our farms have decreased over the last several years. So we inspect dairy farms, dairy plants, the milk haulers, those that are driving the milk trucks, milk plants, those that are sampling milk at the plant level, and the dairy pasteurizers. And they also, our dairy inspectors are also required to take water and milk product milk samples at the farm, and our public health lab does that testing over 1,000 per year. Our shellfish program. So this is another one of those FDA cooperative programs where any of our molluscan shellfish dealers or harvesters that want to engage in interstate commerce, they have to be listed with the FDA. And it's another one, FDA provides us no resources, but we're required to administer the program to their standards to allow our industry to be able to ship across state lines. The aquaculture industry has experienced a tremendous amount of growth in the last 10 years. We had one harvester licensed in 2012, and now we have 16. So that it's definitely an industry which has seen a lot of positive growth, and we basically have had to shift some of our staff resources again because there's a lot of inspection frequency monitoring that FDA has over this program. We also respond to food emergencies that impact food establishments. So this could be power outages, fires, floods, accidental or deliberate contamination of food, outbreaks, or we have a relationship that, you know, we do exercises in case there was an event associated with the Seabrook power plant to what would happen to our food supply. So those fall under our responsibilities. Certainly we work hard at preventing this through our licensing inspection process, but in the event of a foodborne outbreak associated with a food establishment, we have the environmental health assessment role to try to figure out the root cause of any foodborne outbreaks associated with our food establishments. And then certainly if there's something that's in commerce, to make sure that product is effectively removed. Along those lines, we monitor FDA and USDA recalls, and if we find that there's any product shipped to New Hampshire, we are trying to get those distribution lists and making sure that the stores have removed those products from the shelves. And we also accept consumer complaints. We handle probably on average about 300 consumer complaints a year. People either thinking that they became ill from what they ate, or we take many sanitation complaints. They, observed poor sanitation behaviors when they were out in public. And then finally, I just want to highlight our new redesigned website. We have tried to make it more user-friendly, knowing that our food regulations are very complex. We've spent a lot of time trying to make things easier for folks to follow and get the answers to their questions. And so I just wanted to highlight that there's that information. And we've also worked on some food safety training videos in the last year to hopefully make things easier and help folks navigate not only the licensing process, but also giving some coaching on food safety behaviors. And this is my contact information. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
No, flurry of hands. Okay, Representative Bixby, please.
Yes, so a couple terms ago, I think it started, we had a mushroom harvesting bill come through this committee, and I believe it actually finally made it through JLCAR in July, and I was wondering if the classes are now available for mushroom harvesters.
Great question. So we have done the answer to your question is no, the class is not available. I have been trying working very, very hard to try to get that up and running. That wasn't our responsibility to get the class up and running, but we had some key stakeholders that were a part of the legislation process that had offered to work on putting that class together. It's one of my to-do things in the next few months, especially the time for harvesting mushrooms. Right now is not so great, so we're trying to get that stood up for the springtime, so that those that are looking to harvest mushrooms, we do have the rural infrastructure all set. We have the application ready to go. It's just we need that course, and if I can't get our resources in state to help us get this up and running, there are possibilities from either New York or Rhode Island that we can tap into to hopefully get this stood up.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you. Hi, it's nice to see you. Thanks for taking my question. So one question I did have was around aquaculture and your oversight over it, whether it's just regarding molluscum or if it's an integrated aquaculture and it's dealing with things like seaweeds and kelps. Is that also something you're harvesting of those types of things? Where does that fall?
So we don't have anyone currently. We don't have anyone currently harvesting seaweed or kelp for food. We have had some interest in doing that. I think they were looking at other applications like cosmetics and maybe even like a brewery that was looking into it. But currently and if we were to have seaweed or kelp, it would fall more into our food program versus that aquaculture. That's purely molluscan and shellfish.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Pacenza.
So just a quick question. I think it was about 3 years ago or so. It was a very well-known 100-year-old restaurant in New Hampshire, and they had like a foodborne illness that actually caused a death through their it wasn't in the restaurant, it was like in their banquet portion, the back room, the Puritan, I'm sure. So does that get reported to you guys, or I was just wondering.
So yes, we weren't directly involved in that investigation because it happened in one of the self-inspecting cities. So when a foodborne outbreak happens, they take the lead in that instance. We support them. Certainly our infectious disease control folks, those that are doing the disease surveillance, and our nurses were more directly involved than our section, but it was Manchester in that instance that took the lead on doing that environmental investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you so very much for joining us this afternoon and giving us a presentation of your department.
Thank you. Thank you. Looking forward to working with you.
All right. So it's been a long day, and I appreciate everybody's attention. I hope that you learned something today. I hope that you were given some interesting information tidbits from all our department heads, and also from this morning's presentation about how our committee will be working. And I look forward to working with all of you together. We have put together a hearing schedule for next Tuesday, beginning at 10 a.m. Look forward and look to your emails. You'll see the announcements have gone out already, so please put those on your calendar. And I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you very much.